They don't have any concept of that.
Yes, and you're further proving my point. Yes, given time, a species would not choose to act the way that it has. We would not do the things, we would not war and divide ourselves like this. It is indeed an outside religious force that has done this, that knows these psychological things about natural law and other psychological things that are doing this to people because, as he just said, other species don't do this to each other.
Right, they don't do it to each other,
That means
but they
Oh,
something
have
has
no,
been
but they don't
done
have
to
a
them.
concept
I'm
of a
gonna.
morality.
Hey, whoa! Get off the stage. Look at the back chat. Get out of here, MC. No, thank you. What's up,
What?
DeFreak?
It's me.
Yeah, what's up, dude?
Oh, not much. Just hoping to get in on a little bit of this, with JL and Colorado Biker, two powerhouses in the
I don't know about
tacos channel.
Powerhouse. What's up? What's up, DeFreak? Good to see you, man. How you been?
Okay, how about you?
Oh, good, good, good. What did you want to talk about?
Well, JL always comes with this this problem. I don't know if he calls it the problem of evil or what he calls it, but he has this qualifier of without begging the question to basically God wants evil, and I just think that the whole argument is a redundant um, false framing because he's not factoring in all the elements that would make that false.
Okay, okay. What elements then? Give us your argument against that. What's your best argument against it?
Full knowledge,
What do you
again.
mean full knowledge?
So anything that has full knowledge is going to be objective.
Okay, like full knowledge, you're going to have to expand on that a little bit more. Are you
So if he
talking
had,
omnipotence?
yeah,
Okay, okay.
having full knowledge gives him the objectivity that JL is claiming he doesn't have.
Okay,
All right, DeFreak.
that's
So
an
pick your
interesting
bloodbath
take.
opponent.
Well, I
Um,
gotta go tend to dinner real quick. I'll wait for JL to come back.
Oh,
all right.
gotcha.
Yeah.
But if you want to talk about something else, CB, we can talk about something else.
Okay. What other objections do you have to atheism?
Um, hmm, that's kind of a. Let me think about that.
Yeah, that's a tough one. A lot of people don't
Yeah, I
think about
mean,
it in depth.
I think that it's flawed in that you know in the origin that it claims to come from, and also it's flawed in a worldview because it gives you kind of a you almost have to put faith in mankind, and if you believe that there is no God, and then we see all the crimes of mankind, and you're going to put your faith in mankind, that's
No.
kind of an
Okay.
asinine.
Well, okay. First of all, in my perspective, I don't use faith. Okay, I don't use belief without reason or belief without evidence. And that would be like, no, I don't. I'm not going to accept this. All I'm doing, my definition basically of atheism is without theism. Is I don't accept the proposition that there is a deity. Okay, some form of supernatural entity that controls things. That's all I'm doing is just saying no, I don't believe that. That's it. I don't believe the story. Okay, that's the only thing that atheism actually refers to. Okay, is the rejection, the Greek prefix of a. Okay, atheist, which
All
is
right,
not theist.
all right,
Okay,
but
what you're talking about is something else, and that would be dealing with the world around us. Okay, and
I'm hoping not to get into any semantic arguments,
okay,
on this stuff. But you could say gravity is literally a reason to believe in creator, because we can't explain it, and yet we see the effects of it,
Right.
and right, and so therefore, it, it goes to it stands to reason that there's other phenomenon in the universe or whatever that would
Well,
you
we
know
understand gravity pretty damn well. Mass attracts mass. We do that, and I mean we understand it pretty damn well.
but it's not explained physically in physics.
Yeah, it is.
I mean, it's more than just mass,
It's a
mass.
cosmological constant. It's something that the strong or the gravitational force. It's in there.
Right,
It has to be used in equations in physics for you to get anywhere for a lot of physics, most physics. Okay, there's
right.
some that don't require it, but we can define it and we can utilize it. So we have a good definition of it, and we can also make predictions from it.
That's
Okay,
true.
we can
But
predict things like black holes. We can predict things like, well, mass attracting mass, or the formation of suns, or whole
yeah,
planetary systems, things like that. We can use it just fine. We have
that's
theoretical.
correct.
Come on up,
We have
Leo.
theoretical models that work with gravity, and it does not require a god. It doesn't require another supernatural force that would violate Occam's razor. That would just make another condition that would complicate it even more.
That's true. But it is complicated because you could have a massive gas and a solid mass, and that is going to affect the gravity equation a lot different than the
It's the same equation. Whether the material is immaterial, I guess you would say. It's not relevant. Okay, whatever the material is, whether it's a gas, whether it's plasma, whether it's solid matter, it doesn't matter. It applies equally to everything. It's a
well,
constant. It's a constant.
it's a
In
constant, but it still has variables, just like buoyance. A rock is going to sink and fat is going to float, right? So
Okay,
there's
yeah, we
okay,
have a
so there,
formula for that. It's called buoyancy.
right.
And what is in buoyancy? What is in the formula?
Well,
G,
we
gravity.
understand on density and stuff like that, but
Right.
the full on formula for gravity and the finding of the physical reason for it is still highly unknown, not fully
No, it's
explained.
not.
No,
I
it's
can tell you what that formula is right now. It's an
yeah.
equation.
Hi, Leo.
Big G mu nu plus lambda little g mu nu equals 8 pi g over c to the fourth pi t mu nu. Yeah, we have an equation that does this. We have for over 100
And it
years.
works, and it works across all matter, all everywhere. It works on everything. It doesn't matter, like I said, if it's gas or a solid or plasma. It's all effective. It works across
Okay,
everything. So we know what it is. We even understand some of the fundamental particles that are affected by it. Things like the Higgs boson. Okay, top quarks, bottom quarks.
right,
All
but
this fundamental, the things that are subatomic, things that are even smaller than a molecule. Okay,
right.
we have these
Why is there
things
why
that
is there
work.
even an attempt to do a Higgs Boltzmann or whatever it's called?
Higgs
Why are they
boson.
even looking for a particle for a physical
They
particle
already
for
found it.
gravity?
They already
And they're
found
looking
it
for it because it's predicted by our theories.
by things like gravity would be one,
Well,
but also
they found what? They found nothing.
They found the Higgs boson.
they found exactly the median in between that gave them no answer.
No, they
no,
found the Higgs
What they
boson,
found,
the thing that was predicted back in the 60s.
yeah, and that was
right?
that
And
was
so
predicted at
the
Fermi
particle
Lab outside of
collider,
Chicago. Yeah, super
the particle
colliders.
collider that they were using to try and figure out if it was the one thing or the other. They said they have to revamp it and they have to put in more energy in order to try and
Yeah,
get the
to find other potential
Other
particles, like
subatomic
maybe
no,
dark
because they
matter
still don't
particles.
know. There
Right,
was two
but we
two
have ways of
conclusions that the
investigating
hypothesis
it.
would come up with, and it was right down the middle, which gave them no answer.
I don't know what you're talking about. We found the Higgs boson, and
Yeah,
physicists have suggested increasing the power of the Large Hadron Collider to find other particles like potentially dark matter particles, and there could be other particles out there as well that we don't yet know about because we don't have the capability of reaching the energy scales at which they are produced.
And some of these particles
all
may
right,
only exist for a femtosecond.
This is too many people for him to freak. Pick your bloodbath opponent.
I gotta go work on dinner real quick. So I'll be back in a bit.
All right.
Well,
have a good one.
I'd like JL if he's available, but
Okay. I don't know where he is. JL, you there?
I mean, I
You can chat with Leo if you want. I know it sounded like Leo was helping you out some there.
Oh yeah,
Leo's teaching you.
Leo.
Pick me, freak. Pick me.
Hey, Robin.
What's going on, Robin?
I told the freak to pick me.
All right.
But if
All
you're
right.
gonna do physics, you better take Leo.
You want a bloodbath
What do you
Robin?
want to talk about,
Is that what
Robin?
you're saying? You want a bloodbath Robin?
Yeah, what does she want to talk about?
I don't care. It's yours.
I'm trying to recall some of our discussions in the chat, maybe.
How about the Bible?
Okay.
You want to do like the?
But before you
authorship?
guys start, can I say something? Because I'm actually going to hop down. I just wanted to come up to point out that we have an entire physical theory describing what gravity is. It's called general relativity. There are some really good lecture series that you can find on YouTube if you're more interested in understanding the mathematics behind that and how general relativity and our understanding of gravity is probably one of the most well-confirmed physical theories that humans have ever developed. So we don't understand gravity at the quantum scale. That's fine. It works near perfectly at the classical scale. So and I don't know what about other three Higgs bosons. There's just one Higgs boson. There's just one. There's not three. I don't know where that comes from. Anyway, I'm gonna hop down. You guys have fun.
Cool. See you, Leo. Yeah, I'll just say that we can see the effects, we can explain the effects, we can map out the effects, and we can math the effects, but we don't know what's actually causing everything to stick together in the gravitation as we observe it. Okay, so the Higgs boson is supposed to be able to determine if there's a physical part of that, and they haven't found the answer yet. They're still going to, I guess, try and revamp the particle collider, add more energy, and see if it comes up with a better answer than straight down the middle, which gave them absolutely no clue. Anyway,
I don't know. I don't know, but I feel like that, like, people who are not physicists probably don't really understand this very well. I know I
well,
don't.
I mean, I don't know anyone here who's actually a physicist other than
Well, I mean, I
say,
think Leo. I think Leo is somewhat of one.
yeah, he probably is. I think he is a theoretical physicist, so that's true. Maybe Dr. Weasel over there at Maya's channel is also, but that doesn't mean that us casual science interested people who like learning stuff can't talk about it in that sense. But
Yeah, I mean, I just don't know nothing about that. Like I said, if you want to talk physics, you should stay kept Leo because I'm pretty good on like parts of evolution and stuff like that, but physics, no.
okay, so what do you want to talk about in the Bible or evolution or
The
whatever?
authorship of the Gospels. How about that? We had a little conversation about that.
Yeah, that's true. Yeah, I mean, John 21:24, he's saying that I saw this, I wrote this, he's saying that I wrote this, so like he's the author of it.
So, if you read it in a book and it's wrote down, then it must be true. Is that what you're trying to say?
Well, it's definitely more probable than not having anything.
I mean, like, the Bible is not really evidence for the Bible. And like I was telling you yesterday, Rick, even Christian scholars agree that the Gospels were anonymous when they added them to the Bible, and they just named them the names they gave them, Matthew, Mark, Luke, and John, out of church tradition. I mean, the Catholic Church admits this, and most Bibles actually has a page when you get to the Gospels that actually say that too. I looked in my NIV, and my NIV does not say that. It actually lies and says that they were written by those people. But that I know that's false. I mean, I know that they.
Well, the NIV says what?
This NIV that I have says that the authors were the apostles, and that's not true. I mean, that's not even, like I said, even Christian scholars admit, and I mean they stick to that these were anonymous, and they were named after the apostles by church tradition. I mean, it's not something that most lay people find out in church. But once you go to seminary or something like that, you will learn, more about the actual Bible, about who the authors and what they know about it.
So what you're saying is, at like Council of Nicaea or whatever, where they compiled all these books and legitimized them or held them back from the final copy and the final cut, they went in there and they modified the names of the quote unquote anonymous authors of just some random names or whatever, so they're not reliable. That's pretty much what you're saying, if I'm not mistaken, right?
It says when you look at it says the Gospels were written anonymously, and their attribution to specific apostles is based on later church tradition. Matthew and John, while the Gospels of Matthew and John are traditionally associated with two of Jesus' 12 apostles, most scholars believe they were not written by these individuals. Mark and Luke, but rather figures associated with Peter and Paul. It says the Gospels themselves do not explicitly name their author, and their authorship is based on later church tradition and interpretations. And that's and like 3 of them are almost identical, word for word, like just some added parts. And so they're even believed to be copied, like word for word from one from the other.
All right. Well, what I'll say is, yeah, they are word for word and they could be considered copied, but that just shows me that they also could have been cooperating and verifying with each other the facts of the situation and writing it down for their own witness. So that's definitely plausible. And then for them for whoever wrote that piece there to say that it was just church tradition that changed the names and assigned names to these anonymous whoever fly by night disciples were and their false witness is totally ridiculous. But I will say that in terms of knowing these specific authors, because they didn't like John Hancock them, and when they were written, because that is probably very difficult to know. It's all over the board, depending on who you ask, when and who these things were written. But we certainly know that John wrote John because he put in there that I witnessed these things. I wrote this down.
Okay.
Real fast, there's a super chat. The freak, or I guess it's for both of y'all, but Cody's at. Thank you for that. That's greatly appreciated, Cody. He's asking, is any of the Bible factual? If so, what percent?
You want to go ahead?
Any of the Bible backfill, is that what he said?
Factual.
Yeah, is any of the Bible factual?
Absolutely.
And if so, what percent?
Sure. The kingdom of Israel existed. It was split into Israel, Judah. That's known. There's the 12 tribes. Egypt is a real place. Babylon was a real place. Nebuchadnezzar was a real thing. Pharaoh was a real thing. Saudi Arabia is a real place. You know, there's a lot of facts in there. Sure. You know, a lot of these people, you know, the people in there existed. King David was real. Solomon was certainly real. Right? Pilate was real. Okay, so yeah, there's plenty of facts in the Bible. What percentage?
I would agree. There are some accurate, like people, some places. Um, not all the places though, but I would say that you know as much of the Bible is mythology or just history, like stories. We tell stories, and they pass down a whole lot of especially the Old Testament. Those stories came down orally for years before they were probably ever even written down. Like the flood story. I mean, it's almost 100. It's almost 100% that is like just kind of stolen from the Epic of Gilgamesh.
Thank you so much, Cody.
No,
Cody had a
it's
super
just
chat. Do rabbits chew cud to both of you?
They chew grass, so probably so. Yeah.
I'm not sure. I was asked that a while ago, and I'm not recalling. But yeah, I think that's like some kind of has to do with the Mosaic law, and you know what is actually kosher to their diet and stuff. So I know there's kind of a weird little exception to the thing there, but I can't remember exactly what it is.
Thank you, Cody. Appreciate the super
That's
chat.
that's actually how cows make. That's how cows make butter fat, is chewing the cud.
I thought also too that rabbits aren't edible certain parts of the year. Like if you eat a rabbit at a certain point in the year, their flesh is actually like toxin or something. I could be wrong about that, but there's some kind of nuanced little thing with the rodent rabbit, you know, cut thing or whatever. I think there's also other like cattle or some other animal that like doesn't have a split hoof or whatever, but yet it's part of the what the Hebrews would eat or would sacrifice. So, there are a couple little there are inconsist but the thing is, even in science, we have a 3% error built into every single step of the experiment. Let's just say, right? So, like a 3% error for the Bible is well within reason.
So
3%.
Cody had submitted another super chat. Thank you so much, Cody. That is greatly appreciated. He says that the Bible directly says they do, as in the rabbits chew cud, but they don't actually.
Well, I got to thinking,
Okay.
cows like cud is like wheat straw, and that's how they make their butter fat. And so, I was thinking about that. The grass is not what not makes the cud; it's the wheat straw. So I guess rabbits probably don't eat wheat straw.
I don't know. They probably would, but I don't know. And yeah, so that would definitely be one of the things that is like a minor little, you know, I mean, to me, that's not a reason to not believe in Jesus Christ and forsake your entire eternal salvation because a rabbit does or does not eat some, rodent pebbles. You know what I mean? Like that would be a foolish reason to not believe in the overall book and message, right? That would be really unsound reasoning, in my opinion.
But I mean, like, wouldn't an all-knowing, and I've heard you claim more than once tonight that God is all-knowing. So wouldn't an all-knowing God know that rabbits don't chew cud, or that bats aren't birds, or wouldn't all-knowing, especially if He created all of those animals, like special creations. He would know exactly what their diet is, and um,
Yes, I would say yes, but it's just showing that because mankind, anything mankind touches gets defiled, like literally everything. So it just shows the infallibility of man and his pen to paper ability. And if you bake in the 3%, it's well within reason to still put weight into the overall facts of the Bible. Like, Egypt was a real place. Is it still a real place?
yes,
You know, Rabbits may not eat cud there or whatever, but hey, how many details are we going to hash through before, I mean, are you going to count the pebbles? Are you going to count the grains of sand on the beach to try and say that, oh, well, there's not that many people?
no, but
I
I
mean,
mean, like
So Cody,
of
I do
those things
appreciate
that-
the super chat, but he's asking why would God get a scientific fact wrong?
confusion, maybe.
Well, like I
the
said-
author of confusion. I don't know.
Well, like I said, it could have been just the way it was written down, or it was, muted over time, and that would be a man's issue, not necessarily a God issue. But I don't know if they were eating rodents. I think rodents are off the table anyway, generally from their like the messianic kosher diet. So I don't think it even really matters.
So he's
Okay,
asking
I
one
have
more
This is
question.
something that really bothers me.
Once again, Cody, thank you so much for the super chat. So he's asking, why would God get a scientific fact wrong? I'm sorry, that's the wrong one.
I was going to say we just.
So I
you
should
just-
believe
yeah.
in the word of man.
That's what I wanted to point out. It's like
No, it's so
well, wait a minute.
Yeah.
That's what I wanted to point out. Okay, this book is like if God created us, if we're special creations, and He allowed all this history to happen so He could bring His Son down and sacrifice Him for our sins to keep us from going to hell. This is probably the most important piece of literature that will ever exist. If it is the inspired or whatever word of God, it is probably the most important piece of literature that would ever exist on the planet, because it gives us the history of how we got here, and it gives us the way to prevent from going to hell and to live in heaven for eternity. So that is like the most important book that could ever be published if it's real, if God is real. And He came down here and had it like just inspired people. Obviously, He didn't even make sure that they even spoke all the same languages. And he had it written up for a population that was probably 95% illiterate to begin with. And then He allowed it to be copied, and spelling mistakes and translation mistakes, and people add to it and take from it. And why if this book is so important to humanity and to our future, our souls, why would He have so little concern about making sure that we get it in correct form?
Well, I mean, a short answer would be, why weren't computers made from the start, and we could actually have this digitally, encrypted, even cataloged, and and retained? But that's simply not the case. We have mankind.
That was not an answer to my question.
Well, I'm just saying, there's mankind is full of flaws, and shit is going to happen, over time. And so if we're talking about the message of the book and how it should be preserved 100% correctly, or it's not God, well, we're in a fallen world to begin with. I mean, rain is going to make that parchment wet, and it's going to skew one of those, little scribble of Hebrew that makes one thing turn into a whole other thing, because the Hebrew is, very particular in like this the little scribble of the little tittle, you know.
So was
Um,
God too lazy? Was he too lazy to make sure, or is he not like? Is he not? Does he not have the ability? Like, is he not all powerful enough to make sure that it's not full of errors and spelling like mistakes and added to and stuff? I mean, like, why couldn't he just make sure that his word was like given to us in the original form? I mean, like we can go through the book and we can find so many contradictions and so many, and then, like, people who do this for a living, who study the Bible actually for a living in seminary and are scholars on it, are well aware of like all of the different, contexts and things that your average Christian here in the United States doesn't even understand. They don't even know about none of this stuff. So why did God not make sure to preserve his word with something that is so important to humanity? I mean,
all
this is
right,
our eternal soul.
So thank you so much for the super chat,
right.
Cody. He's asking, would the guest be upset if he joined?
No, I would not.
Gotcha. Yeah,
No, I'm fine.
he was
If he
asking about
thinks he
Having
why
a
can do
he's
casual
better
asking
than
about why
me,
into the
conversation.
bloodbath. He wants him a three-way bloodbath with you two.
okay. He could, if he thinks he can do better. I mean, it makes no sense to me why people think that God would allow, if an all-powerful God would allow the Bible for us to get it in a form that is not accurate to what he intended for it to say.
Okay, but what you're saying is you want a holy, divine, untouchable, uncorruptible book that has got like a force field around it or something that could never corrupt it, or it would keep it totally 100% preserved from the mouth of God to the ear of a prophet or whoever, and written onto the, perfect, unblemished parchment of some goat somewhere or something. But that's just not what
But
we. That's just not how it happened. I mean,
is he
we.
not capable of doing that? Is he
Well, sure,
not?
he's
Is he
capable
not?
of it, but he's
Okay,
capable
well
of
then
it. But
why did he not do that for? I mean, like I said, this is the most. If this is true, it's the most important piece of literature that we would ever have in our life, in our world, in our existence. I mean, if this God was the creator of all of the cosmos, and he, designed Earth specially for us, his little special creations, and he made all these animals and everything, and put us in charge of them and stuff. Why would he? And we have a soul that actually can, on a pretty much, really easy to go to hell or heaven. I mean, like, if you think about it, like, it's a you've got about a 30% chance of even hearing about this religion if you're born into the world, because you got a 30% chance of being
Oh,
two
we
other
have a
religions.
buy-in.
Of
Cody
eternal being.
H is throwing himself into the bloodbath. Cody H is jumping off the top rope into the bloodbath. He's not. He'll be here in a second.
Okay.
yeah,
Bring
well,
him
I'll
on.
just say that the literature and anything man touches is going to be fallible, and the way that I could counter that is by saying that Jesus Christ himself was perfect, and he's the only thing that was perfect in the world. And so that kind of covers that, I guess you could say. I know that's not really a
Cody,
great answer, and I
greatly
could get more into it,
greatly appreciate.
but that's a short answer.
Cody, greatly appreciate the super chat. Welcome to the panel, the bloodbath debate. I don't know where you want to jump in, or if you were listening so far, but I would recommend just hanging out for a second and then jumping in when you're caught up.
I am chilling. I'm just gonna
Hey,
hear
Cody.
everyone out for a second.
Okay.
So yeah,
Well, I
What
just
we
don't
have-
think that's. I really don't think that's a sufficient answer, though. I think that like I said, an all powerful God he could have okay, the Ten Commandments. He supposedly wrote them himself, right? And
The
and that's
first
how the
time,
story
yeah.
goes. And okay. So why couldn't he just do the whole Bible that way and make sure that we get it in accurate form? Why would he let people jumble around with it and take the chance that people later on, like me and you, who have no idea what was going on at the time, and who wrote these books and who they wrote them to and what they're talking about, then why did he not even bother to protect this book and make sure that we got it in accurate form?
Well, I mean, what I'll say is he did bother because he did set Jesus Christ. But look at those 10 Commandments. Originally, even the first guy couldn't keep it right.
Okay, can I
Even the first
say something?
Yeah.
I mean, Cody, what's your thoughts on this?
So do you think that the Quran's true?
Yes, I do.
So you attribute it to the same God, or is it a different God?
It's definitely the same God.
Okay, so you think marrying a 6-year-old is cool?
9.
I
Yeah,
wouldn't
9.
say that's cool.
That's what the Quran says that Muhammad did.
That's not
Are
true.
you a Muslim?
No, I'm not.
Freak?
I just know. The
No,
Quran
freak.
directly says
That's a
that
freak, yeah.
Muhammad married a 6-year-old and consummated the marriage at 9 years of age.
Hey! That's a very sensitive
not true.
topic on YouTube.
I don't think Taco
Okay,
really
I'll
wants
drop
us
that.
to
There's tons of
talk
other
about
topics
it
you could talk about. It's just that type of thing is really sensitive on YouTube.
I'll stop. Sorry.
I mean, the Quran also says that Muhammad is the last prophet,
Well, but he said that
and that
it's true.
the true and real religion is Islam. So I'm trying to figure out if the freak believes that the Quran is true.
He said that.
Why is he not? Why is he not a Muslim?
Well, I was raised in a Muslim family, but I met Jesus Christ about 12 years ago now. So I became a Christian.
Okay, Muslims believe in Jesus Christ. They just don't
Yes.
believe he's the Son of God. So
That's true.
So you think they're right about that?
No, I don't. I think they're wrong about
But
that.
the Quran says that Muhammad is the prophet and Messiah.
That's not what it says,
No,
actually. But
he's not a Messiah.
I'm
he's
sorry.
just the
I
last
mixed it
prophet.
up. I'm sorry. My bad. That's
Yeah.
that's my bad. But still,
it's not.
it claims that he's a prophet. The Bible doesn't even mention him.
But as a Christian,
yeah.
though, don't the freak. If the Quran is true and you are a Christian when you die, and you have not converted to Islam, according to Islam, you will be going to Islamic hell.
Well, see, that's the thing is, the Quran is also glorifying Jesus Christ. It's just been misinterpreted.
Do you believe in free will?
Well, he glorifies.
Yes,
he
I do.
glorifies him as a prophet,
Wait.
prophet, not a
You
son
believe
of God.
in free will?
It also says that Adam was a prophet.
That's true, Robin. But there's a lot of misinterpretation in the Quran, unfortunately, and it's been politically hijacked by.
Well, if you defend the
as soon as
Quran,
Muhammad
that's
died, literally, it
blasphemy.
was politically hijacked because you have the Shia and the Sunni fighting for the power that was left.
Yeah, but it's blasphemy
so
to
there's a lot of
defend or
problems.
worship a false idol. If you believe in Christianity.
Right. I can justify everything that I'm saying in the Quran.
No. I'm saying if you believe in Jesus Christ, then believing the Quran is true is blasphemy.
How do you figure?
It says that
Because they deny Jesus.
Yeah, it says that within the Bible. Like that's the rule.
I mean, they deny that Jesus is the Son of God. That Muslims do not. Muslims believe that Jesus existed. They don't think
Right.
he was crucified, for one thing,
Yeah.
and they don't believe he was the Son of God. So, like, if you deny that Jesus is the Son of God, that's blasphemous against
Wait, so do you
Christianity.
think Buddhism and Hinduism is real?
I think it's real in that it exists.
Well, like, do you
but I
think
don't
their
think that
texts are accurate, like the Bible and Quran?
I haven't really read or even dove
Well,
into that at all. I'm
Hinduism
sure
claims
that there's a
multiple
lot of
gods.
truth in it, but yeah.
So you,
And I don't even deny that their gods may exist. I just know that the God of Abraham is the most high God, and everything is subject to Him. So I just go straight
so
to
do
the
you
boss
think
and
he's
not worry
good?
about the other ones. Do I think God is good?
Do you think the Abrahamic God is good? You're claiming there's multiple gods. Do you think the Abrahamic God is good?
Yes.
So he, like, all the stuff where he's harmed people is not bad. Like, it just had to happen.
No. Sure.
So he didn't create everything.
Well, he's the only deity and the
Well, that
the original
contradicts. You just
originator.
said there's multiple deities.
That does no. I said there are multiple quote unquote gods, but he's the only one that's divine.
So a deity is different than a god?
Yeah.
Explain that to me.
Well, you have gods, lowercase g or whatever, that have possibly everything given to them by the Most High in terms of possible like
So you
powers and
think
function. But
Jesus wasn't a god?
he's the creator.
He was lower than a god? He was like a lowercase god?
He was human until he was glorified.
But he was a lowercase god?
He was human until he was glorified.
So he didn't have God's knowledge?
He may have had the knowledge, but he didn't have God, full blown Godhead power.
So he didn't have the Holy Spirit?
He had the Holy Spirit, but he wasn't in God mode.
What is God mode? You can do anything in
Well,
God
that'd
mode.
be where you can't die. A deity can't die.
Can you do anything in God mode?
mortally. Yeah.
You can't write a book
can't-
that
Exactly,
won't
Robin.
be translated
Oh.
or like full of mistakes and errors and like false stories, because we know that the flood was bullshit, and we know that creation did not occur. Adam and Eve, that's bullshit, and we know that. And the thing about it is most Christians throughout time actually have known that too. Only in the United States, where we have these evangelicals in the South, do people actually think that the Magic Zoo boat and Adam and Eve story are accurate, are real stories. I mean, even the Jews don't even think that. So,
Well, I mean, we can.
That's crazy.
So you believe the Earth's 6,000 years old, freak?
No, I don't believe that.
So the Bible's not
yeah,
true.
I think freaks out. Yeah, freaks out.
I didn't say that either.
Whoa.
I don't know how old the Earth is. The geological record would say that it's a lot older, but it's irrelevant because you don't get a new Earth until people start writing down anything anyway.
Wait, so did Jesus resurrect and create a new heaven and earth yet, or not?
Resurrected, yes. Created a new heaven and earth, not
But I
yet.
thought when he
as I
came
know.
back, it was supposed to collapse and like create a new one.
Well, I don't know if that's exactly the timeline, but no, that hasn't occurred yet.
But he resurrected. He came back.
Well, no, he resurrected and was glorified.
Wait, was he the
And
king
is
of
at the right
Israel?
hand of the Father.
Was
Sorry,
he the
what?
king of Israel?
Wasn't that what they posted on his cross? King of the Jews?
We don't know. I mean, that's the story in the book.
What I'm saying was,
Like, we don't have
in the
any.
record, does
I mean-
anyone ever claim that he ruled over Israel? Like, separate from the Bible, we have historical records that even claim Jesus was a real person. Does any of them claim that he was the king of Israel?
No, but what I will say is that when Pilate asked Jesus if he was the king, he said, "My kingdom is not of this world." So his kingdom is not full yet, come yet.
So the kingdom of Israel isn't real? Like, it's not a real place?
It's not. It's not. No, it's not. It's not manifested here on earth yet. No.
No, it's not a real place. Because Israel is very clear in the Bible what it is, the people of it, everything. So what you're claiming now is that a center point of the Bible is not a real place or a real thing. You're claiming it's metaphorical.
No, I mean you keep framing what I think and what I'm, what you think I might say or whatever, which is
I'm
not very kind. Okay, that's not the case at all, because the kingdom of the Jewish kingdom hasn't been manifested on earth yet. Okay, and when Jesus first started his ministry, he didn't go into the temple and say, "I'm here to clean up the thieving Romans, and we're going to caliphate all throughout the world, and this is our place now." Even though Ezekiel calls them whatever. Okay,
Wait, so does
he said,
Jesus rule over a real Israel or a fake one?
I don't understand the question.
Like, does Jesus rule over a physical, real place called Israel? Because the prophecy that bases him as the Messiah bases it off of a real king of Israel.
Right. That's true. It hasn't
Like-
happened yet.
But
Well,
if
I
he
mean,
came
like,
back, the heaven and the earth collapsed, right?
They can
No,
be
he didn't come
changed.
back.
Well, he
When he
resurrected.
resurrected, he was still here, and then he left. And he hasn't come back
So
yet.
you think he's going to come again?
Well, yeah.
So you follow
Or some people say he came in 70
you
AD
follow the old law?
already.
No, I don't.
Well, if he hasn't came back, you should follow the old law if you believe the book, right?
Yep.
No, I believe the New Testament and what Christ did.
But what did
I
what
don't
did
see
Jesus
how
say?
you're
What did-
correlating all this stuff to, like, it's conflation. Like, it's very strange.
I'm just saying what
you
your
actually
book
understand
What did
says.
Jesus-
I am literally just
what did
telling you what your
Jesus
book
say?
says.
He says
Okay,
not a
so
jot or tittle of the
You
law
think that
will be
when
changed.
Jesus was here, he was supposed to
until
usher
he
in the
comes
kingdom
back.
of Israel away from the Romans or something?
No, I'm at the prophecy that people base Jesus being the Messiah off, or one of them. There's multiple that people try to claim, right? But one of them that they try to base it off is that he was a king of Israel because he sits at the right hand of God now that he's in heaven or whatever. He never ruled over Israel. I can name people that fill the prophecy. Well, not off the top of my head. I can go do some Googling and give you names of people that fulfill the prophecies more than Jesus did. So I guess that's more the topic I'm trying to get at. It's not like I got you. I'm literally trying to ask your answers for these things. Like, you think I'm presupposing stuff and I'm not.
All right, here's the answer. When the very first thing Jesus did when he started his ministry was he got up and he read the scroll from Isaiah 61, which says, "The Spirit of the Lord is upon me. He has anointed me to preach the good tidings to the meek. He has sent me to bind up the brokenhearted, to proclaim the liberty to the captives, the opening
But
of
what
the
does
prisons
this
that are
have to
bound."
do with him being the king of Israel?
He didn't declare his kingdom on earth yet. He came to basically destroy
he
death
didn't
for all
fulfill the
people, not just
prophecy.
Israel. So that's the very first
He
thing
also-
that he
Wait.
declared
He
for
also
himself.
So he didn't fulfill the
That's what he
prophecy.
declared.
He has not fulfilled.
I
He
mean,
has not fulfilled the prophecy.
not yet. Not yet. He fulfilled that prophecy.
No. He hasn't.
Sure, he did. That's what he
Well,
said. He declared.
So is he the king, or he has been the king, or he hasn't, of Israel, of the physical place? Because that's what the prophecy is saying.
Well, he's the king. He's the king because he's glorified. Okay. So when he read that, he said, and you're here. and you're
Okay, look,
hearing this
let's move on
prophecy
to
is
something
fulfilled.
else. Let's move on to something else because this is getting very circular, and I'm not just gonna like keep repeating the same thing, and I feel like it's not productive for you to do the same thing. So I'm gonna mute for a second. Let's
Oh, wait a
move on to
second.
a different topic.
Why would he declare? Why would
Okay.
he declare that as his ministry, and then you say that he should have done something else? That doesn't make any sense.
Okay, look, the freak. In Matthew chapter 5, verse 18, Jesus says, "For verily I say unto you, till heaven and earth pass away, one jot or little or tittle shall not pass from the law till all be fulfilled." So why do you think that the old law is not supposed to be followed? Because Jesus was a Jew, he was not a Christian. And he said that the law still remained until till heaven and earth were, came like replaced or whatever. And so he said not to change that. And so that's not been fulfilled. So why do you think, like, you're following, like, Christianity follows Paul's teachings, not actually what Jesus said? Because Jesus said actually opposite things of what Paul said, but Paul came along and changed a whole lot of what supposedly Jesus said.
Yeah, he did say those things, and what I would say is the construct is based in the law. In other words, if you break any of God's laws, you're subject to the curse of the fallen earth. Okay, but Jesus did fulfill the law, and so a lot of those things just don't apply anymore.
So why is the Quran true?
Because it glorifies the God of Israel and Jesus Christ,
No,
and
it's a
is
different
justified.
God. It's Allah.
It's the same God, which is justified by
No, you already
Genesis
said there was
16.
multiple gods, and that's how this could exist. You already agreed to that.
No, I stated that, yes, based on, like, the Hindu or the whatever, but
No,
Genesis
you said
16. Hold
specifically
on a
that
second.
there's.
Hold on a second. Genesis 16 justifies Muhammad and the Quran.
I'm sorry. Can you read that to me? What is it? What does it say?
Basically, the angel of the Lord talks to Hagar and tells her that she's going to bear many, bear a son, and he's going to be a father of many nations, and blah blah blah. Go back to Sarai, all that stuff. So God literally talked directly to her and made promises, and so the Quran and Muhammad are just fulfillments of some of those promises.
All right, Robin, take back over. I'm gonna be quiet for a second.
Okay. It says, "Until heaven and earth pass away, not so much as a yud or stroke will pass from the Torah."
Hmm.
Okay. So is earth still here?
Yes.
Is heaven still up there?
Yes.
You think?
The construct
Okay.
is made from in the
So
law, I guess you could say.
that means that you are supposed to be following the law of the Torah until heaven and earth have passed away. So, like, do you eat shellfish?
Yeah, I eat everything. Well, mostly.
Okay. Do you like mix your fabrics?
I don't follow the kosher diet or anything. If
He's
that's what
going to the same place I am. Sad.
Okay, I'm just trying to say. I mean, I don't understand. Like, why do Christians cherry pick like the 10, like the 10 commandments they like, and there's 603 more that they just randomly decided that they didn't have to follow anymore, when God says that you have to follow every one of them until heaven and earth pass away.
Sure. The Mosaic law is a physical kind of adherence law. It's a way for the flesh to physically be righteous before God. Okay, it has nothing to do with the heart of a person or the goodness of the heart, or evil of the heart of a person, and that's what Jesus was teaching basically. And also we have in Luke 14,
Jesus is the one that said this.
right?
He's the one that said that the law will not pass away and will not be, you will follow the law until heaven and earth pass away. I mean, that is from those. That's in red letters in the book.
Right. We also have
Okay, that's that's where somebody followed Jesus around and like wrote down in red letters all the words he said, and that was what they put in there. So supposedly these are like quotes from Jesus.
right.
These things right here, like just like and so why did he say that if he meant that you did not have to follow the Mosaic law?
He didn't say that we didn't have to follow the Mosaic law, and
Has anybody
he
read
did
it yet?
he did
Has-
fulfill the law, but also he did say
Do I
in
need to
Luke
read it?
11:41. Read Luke 11. Hey,
What
hey,
do you want to
read
read? Okay.
Luke 11:41.
You want me to
in,
read
Pigeon.
Matthew real fast, 17 to 20?
Yeah, but then if you could,
Yeah, I want you to read
Yeah,
the part.
Matthew 5,
I want
17
you
to
to read
20.
what Jesus said.
Jesus teach about the rules from God. No think I stay here for get rid of the rules from God and the stuff the guys talk for God when tell. I never come for wipe out the rules from God. I come for make everything they talk about happen. That's right. And I tell you guys this too. The sky and the world no going to change nothing before everything the rules from God going to tell happen. Not even one dot or one small line of the rules from God going to change till the rules do what's supposed to do. Whoever no do just one small kind rule from God, because he think that rule nothing, and he teach the other guys both tell that rule nothing too. The king from the sky gonna make that guy just like he nothing. But whoever do what all the rules from God tell foe do, and teach the other guys foe do too, the king from the sky gonna make him important. I stay tell you guys this.
I believe now.
If you know do the right things, moment the teacher guys that teach the rules from God and the Pharisee guys, God in the sky, no gonna come your king. And what was the other one?
that would be Luke 11. Hold on.
Is Luke
11:41.
a direct quote from Jesus?
Yes, it is.
Luke 11:41, right?
That's correct.
So Jesus scolds the Pharisee guys and the teachers that teach the rules from God.
That's what that says.
When Jesus pow talk, one Pharisee guy tell him fo come his house fo eat. So he go inside and sit down to eat. Oh, fo eat. Sorry, not to eat. My bad. But the Pharisee guy see that Jesus no wash hands first before he eat the way the Pharisee guys do and he think plenty about that. And Jesus, the one in charge, tell him, you Pharisee guys, just like you guys clean only the outside of the cup and the plate, but inside you stay full of bad kind stuff, and you like stash every from only you. You guys know tank. That one that when make the outside make the inside too.
Nice.
Give stuff to the people that don't know nothing from the stuffs you get, and you know what? Everything gonna come okay for you guys. The way God see you.
There you go.
Oh man, my brain just melted.
So right there, basically, Jesus is saying everything is clean unto you. That's the King James version. So the kosher diet just was abolished right there. Okay.
So
of your
you're
answer.
saying that Jesus changed his mind, like he changed his mind.
What I'm saying.
I mean, like it also says that not one jot or tittle shall
Well,
be changed.
You said you're supposed to follow the law until he comes back.
That's right. So now you're saying that you don't have to follow it. So you're saying that Jesus changed his mind, which makes it seem like this is subjective on whether he thinks we already even have to follow these laws.
Well,
I thought God was unchanging, even though
if you heard,
does change.
Well, the living God is not subject to
Do you follow the laws
things in
or
the
not?
past like that. Okay, so what Jesus is saying, and you heard at the beginning of what he was reading there, that the heart of the Pharisees was hardened, even though they were following the physical rules of the law. So yeah, you could be clocking in every day on time and still be a miserable piece of garbage,
Hang on, guys.
you know, right? Or you could be like someone who comes in late and makes a ton of money for the company. Okay, that's the difference.
Right, I see that.
Hang on. BS was pimping my titty shots, and Professor
Yeah.
Hizzle donated $2.
Oh, no.
Hey,
Why you wearing
need
Thank
to,
you so
girls,
much, Professor Hizzle. I appreciate you, brother.
you need
He
a
said-
itty
he
bitty
said for-
teeny weeny yellow polka dot bikini.
He said
I
for all
can't
these
believe you
titty
have
shots,
one
I'm kidding.
I think that Freak, you said a second ago that Jesus abolished the law, but before that you said you have to follow the law.
I
So
said fulfill.
you did say that. You said, well, maybe you said we should follow the law, so I can't say we have to, right? But you said we should follow the law, but the law is abolished. Which one is it?
Well, I said it was fulfilled, okay, because the construct is built in. The laws of God are built into the construct. If you break God's law, you will suffer a curse.
So let me
Okay,
ask you a
so
question.
are you
Is Ted
cursed
Bundy
for eating
Ted Bundy going to hell or heaven?
I don't know.
But is he? He repented.
know.
He turned to Christian.
Maybe. I mean, it's possible, but I'm not the judge of that.
Wait, so Jesus abolished the law, but he
He
didn't.
didn't abolish the
Is
law.
what
He
you're
fulfilled it. He
okay?
fulfilled
So
the
Ted
law.
Bundy isn't going to go to. He's going to go to heaven because he repented.
Maybe. I don't know.
Somebody
So
explain to me some mod in chat what a straw man is, please. Thank
The
you.
straw man is him bringing up Ted Bundy. I don't know.
Yeah,
I
well,
don't know the guy's
that's
full
sort of
testimony. I don't know his
nonsense.
heart.
So a
That
straw
would be
his
more
man.
heart.
of a nonsense.
So a straw man is constructing a false version of the other person's position or argument or something that you're having in the generally it's going to be involved with some type of argumentation, right? But and basically misrepresenting their position in a way so that you can easily knock it down.
Yes.
Okay, so me saying I don't know if Ted Bundy is saved is a straw man.
No,
I
that's
did not. I
No,
did
it's
not
not.
corner
That's not a
you.
straw
I
man.
just asked a question. I was
That's
just
a
asking a
question
question.
is not a straw man.
Okay,
Yeah.
good, because I don't know. I don't know his testimony. I don't know his heart, and I can't make that call.
And I'm not gonna hold you to anything. I was just asking, man. Like I was not trying to strawman you. I hope it didn't come across that way. I'm just
No, it's all
trying
right.
to, because like if the thing is, it that goes hand in hand with the law being abolished or not being abolished. Like you can't say it's abolished and Ted Bundy isn't gonna go to heaven. You know what I'm saying? Like either it's abolished
You keep saying
and
abolished. You keep saying it abolished. Jesus
or
fulfilled the law. He
fulfilled.
didn't abolish the law.
Okay,
The
so
law
Well,
is
he
still in
but
play.
he didn't fulfill the law. He did not fulfill the law.
yeah,
The,
because
the
the heaven and
Messiah,
earth.
the Messiah was supposed to come back and lead the Jewish people in battle against the Romans and defeat the Romans and throw the Romans out and completely out of the promised land and
According to them,
install back as king over the Jews. I mean, that is
Yeah.
the prophecy that was
That's what
in
they say.
yeah. So he did not fulfill that.
No, he didn't. He actually proclaimed at the very beginning of his ministry that the Spirit of the Lord is upon me because He has sent me to preach the good news to the present, the brokenhearted and the whatever. So Jesus declared what His mission was, what His mission is. The Messiah that the
So
Jews are waiting for hasn't happened yet. Okay,
so isn't that two non-fulfilled prophecies?
no, because if you look at it from Messiah's point of view, what would you do? Give the kingdom of
Oh
God
no, I'm
to
saying within this conversation, you have admitted that two prophecies were not fulfilled yet. I mean, you believe they're going to be fulfilled, but you have admitted two have not been fulfilled yet. Is that correct?
No, because I don't even know what which prophecies you're talking about.
Well,
The
God or
prophecies that
Jesus was never king of Israel. You agreed to that.
well
Like,
he's been glorified, so he is the king of Israel.
so he ruled over physical Israel whenever he was alive.
No, he didn't, because he wasn't king.
He
He
didn't
wasn't
defeat the
glorified yet.
Romans either. He
No, he
didn't defeat
didn't.
the Romans either.
So
If
that's
you were
two
Jesus, okay,
prophecies
listen.
Roman
that you're
occupied.
admitting that he did not fulfill that you base your belief off of.
But even you saying that he didn't fulfill that is a misinterpretation by the Hebrews. Okay,
The
because
So if you think the
misinterpretation of their own
Hebrews,
Bible. I mean, their own
if you
book.
think if you think the
yeah,
Hebrews got it wrong, how do you believe the Bible at all?
Oh, shut up, Bond.
well, for me it's easy, but you know, they are assuming what Messiah will do, and they didn't take into account what Messiah actually did, and they have a vested interest, literally a vested interest, in denying Jesus Christ. So they do.
All right, Robin, I'm gonna take another break. Take back over. I'm sorry.
Well, I think Tacos has somebody in the backbreaker but
Is
um,
either side conceding?
no, I'm not going to concede. No,
The freak, are you
because
conceding?
No,
Like,
I'll take
The
Robin
official
out for
rules of the
dinner or
bloodbath
something.
are one
okay,
of the
all right,
sides
I'll keep
has to
on
be
going.
removed from the bloodbath, so that's
Right.
$25 to remove somebody, or one of the sides has to concede, or
Yeah.
disqualification due to
No, I'm not going
Well,
to concede.
words and stuff
Well,
that people shouldn't be using,
Jesus
right?
did not fulfill the law. Jesus did not. He did not fulfill the law. He did not fulfill any of the prophecies. He did not fulfill, he did not come and lead Israel into battle and defeat the Romans, completely destroy the Romans and remove them from the promised land and restore, it like he was supposed to after the Messiah came. Because actually, the Messiah was never meant to be the Son of God. Messiah was just going to be the leader and king of Israel. That didn't matter. He was just going to be the person that came and saved them, because that's what it means, savior. And because they were being occupied by Rome, and they did not like being occupied by Rome, because for one thing, Rome demanded that you sacrifice or give to their gods too. Actually, that's like the Romans. Everybody always says that Romans hated the Jews because they worshipped other gods, and no, the Romans had no problem with as many gods as you wanted to worship. They did not care. They were a people of many gods, but you had to also pay tribute to their gods too, because they believed those were the gods that controlled the weather and whether they won battles and whether there was good crops and all that kind of stuff. And so they didn't want to piss their gods off. And so you had to also give to their gods as well as your own. And the Israelis did not like doing that. Because they were a monotheistic group of people who thought that was bad to give sacrifices to other gods. So
Okay, so
but Jesus did not fulfill any of that prophecy. That was the prophecy. I mean, it's always kind of made me, even when I was a Christian, it always seemed really strange to me. It's called cultural appropriation. It's pretty much what Paul did to the Jews. He just came in and stole their God and changed everything and worked it around to where their own stuff about their own God is not even legitimate anymore. That I mean, I and Jesus was
yeah,
a Jew. He was not a Christian.
I'm still
that's
trying to
right.
figure out if he thinks the old law is intact or not.
The law has been fulfilled. Okay, so it is intact. It's just not. It's just not what God is judging you by at this point.
So
He judges the
so
heart.
so God doesn't judge anyone, so it doesn't matter if you believe.
I don't know how you get. I don't know how you get judging from judges the heart to he doesn't judge anything. I don't know how you get that.
Oh, I didn't hear you say judges the heart. What does that mean?
What does that mean? It means that he is thoroughly vetting you if you're worthy of his kingdom or not by the time you pass on from this place.
Where does it say that in the Bible?
I'm giving you inside knowledge.
But you're basing your belief off of the Bible.
Is this really a question?
It was a statement more so.
All right, so okay. Next.
Well, you don't see the contradiction in that?
No, I don't see any contradiction except for the fact that
So
a lot of what I'm
you
hearing
believe
is
you
actually
believe
what
a book,
Jewish
but
rhetoric
you don't
is
have
about
to.
Christ.
You
Jewish
believe the
rhetoric.
book. You believe the book, but you don't have to follow the book, and you can make up what the book means.
Sure, if that's what you want to believe, dude.
No, I'm asking you. That's essentially what you're telling me by everything we've said. I've shown you many factual errors within the Bible, and you keep waving your hand to them. And then now I'm asking you, do you have to follow the laws of the Bible or not? And you can't
Well,
give me
wait
a
a second. Wait a second. You're showing me factual errors, but you keep insisting that Messiah was supposed to bring in the kingdom of the Jews or whatever, and I'm refuting that. So,
Do rabbits chew cud?
seriously, seriously,
Say no to freak. We learned better now.
I already forgot what he said about it. So, like, yeah,
But God,
no.
look, like God did not have time. He was too busy doing like to make sure that the Bible was preserved for us. You know, it's our only, the most important thing that we will ever read according to Christians,
Well,
because
you've
it's
got to
like
follow it,
the
but
fate of
you
our
make up how you
common
follow it.
soul is dependent upon this. And he just like handed it to a bunch of first graders and let them color in it and fucking tear pages out and fucking roll joints with them. And he didn't even care. It was like, let them figure this shit out on their own.
Well, you know,
And then I'll just hide and watch for a couple thousand years or so.
when you kind of summarize it up like that, it seems kind of weird. But I mean, the thing is, this is a place where souls are created, okay, and this is a place where humans aren't the only things being judged here, okay, and so to play out, linear time has to play out. The law had to be fulfilled. Jesus had to fulfill the law. The kingdom of the Jews is coming, but if we could agree that when Jesus was here, he was constantly, I mean, constantly bagging on the Pharisees and the religious leaders of Israel, and at the time, okay. So, given that fact, why would he hand over the kingdom to those people who weren't ready yet to operate and run and administer a kingdom on the earth? But instead, he actually defeated death for all people in every place on the earth. And so, if you were a Messiah, what would you do?
If I was the Messiah, I would make sure that my freaking book was correct, and I would make sure that people knew what was going on. And I would come down every now and then and say, "Hey, here I am, motherfuckers. I'm real. Y'all can stop wasting your time on YouTube arguing about this." And I wouldn't make all my believers look like fucking idiots constantly. So that because they're trying to
I
defend
have a take.
something that, you know what I mean, like, you know. The best thing he could do, at least for the people who support him, is to try to help them out in a little bit in debates every now and then.
If I was Messiah, I would fly and shoot lasers from my eyes and exclaim that I'm the Messiah.
All right, well,
I would go around I would heal babies from cancer.
Wait a minute, is
That's what I
the
would
freak
do.
conceding?
No. Literally, God was guiding Israel out of Egypt. He's, divided the sea. He was a flame by night.
So the
and a
Bible
pillar of
tells
smoke by
complete truth.
day. So, and they saw him on Mount Sinai descend and showed them part of
The
his glory,
Bible's
and
one hundred percent true.
they still didn't believe. So you're telling me that if he was floating around as an angel every once in a while here, that we would believe?
Ignoring my questions is conceding, buddy.
No, it's not. I'm saying something, and you're just interrupting me. So now you can ask your question or whatever.
If Jesus, God could have just made it to where we all knew he existed. You know what I mean? Like, you would just know. I mean, like, babies are born, they don't know. Babies are not born with like ideals about gods until somebody lies to them and tells them about gods. And so, like, if they're born in India, that then they are told about the Hindu gods. And if they're born in the Middle East, they're probably told about Allah. And if they're born in other places, they might hear about Buddha. So why does he not like anybody except like Americans or like English people? I mean, why does he not make sure that all these other religions are not taught? Why does he not make sure that when we're born we just know God exists? Because like he's a parent supposed to be, a father. Okay, my father, I know my father exists because I've met him like in person. I could call him on the phone right now and wake him up. He probably wouldn't be very happy about it, but I could sit there and let you hear his voice. I mean, he's like a phone call away, and thank goodness he's still here. So, but he's never hid from me. I mean, sometimes he don't answer the phone if he's on the golf course, but he doesn't hide from me, and he does not let me try to guess around where he is, and he sure doesn't like let me go through hardships without ever even bothering to come and help me.
All right.
Do you think God answers your prayers, freak?
Yes.
So there's Christian children that starve every year. Why would he answer your prayers if you're not starving, but not answer the starving kids?
I didn't say he answered all of my prayers or whatever. And
no, but even if he answers one, they're praying for food. That's one prayer. Even if he answers one.
Yeah, I'm not sure exactly why. Like I said, there are.
So he's not all powerful.
Things. Well, no, there's other things that are being judged besides humans in this place. So it's probably something to do with whoever's.
So a child deserves to starve?
Oops, sorry. Imposing evil on those people are going to be judged for it.
A child deserves to starve then?
Yeah, but what's he got more important than feeding people? Or like curing kids? I have a cousin. Like, they are very religious people. Not like me. They are very religious people. Him and his wife both. They attend church all the time. Took their kids to church and everything else. And their 17-year-old boy's playing basketball one day. Has been like played baseball, basketball, and everything else all his life. Never knew a thing was wrong with him. He drops dead on the basketball court. Had a hole in his heart. Nobody knew. And why? What is the good of this God if being one of his followers doesn't even protect your children from something like that right there? That's what I want to know. And that's a true story. And I've never understood it because my cousin and his wife are even more religious now than they were then. And and I was already done with God by then anyway. So, but just why? What good is he?
What if God harmed me, freak?
What if, right?
No, what if God harmed me?
I don't know. What?
It did. God did harm me.
All right. Care to explain?
Because I was a part of the church and my family disowned me and I lost any kind of loving or caring relationships with people in my life because God said I was a bad person based on the way that I lived my life.
Wait a second. So you became a believer and then your family...
No, I was born into a believer. My family disowned me because of the law of God, the way they believed in God. And I was sent into the world to fend for myself. And it made life really hard for me. So God harmed me.
Do you still believe in God?
Not at all. But God harmed
Okay,
me.
so
Even if I believe or don't believe, the God you believed in harmed me. The Christian God, because he told these people that this is the way they're supposed to feel towards me.
all right. I mean, there's a lot of reaching in this, but
There's
let's
no
just start
reaching.
at
That's the truth. That's
okay.
the legitimacy of what happened. That is the only divide I had with those people within my life.
Okay, so you're saying that the God that you don't believe in is the reason why you lost your family.
Yes, because people organize themselves around the God that is imaginary that you believe in.
Okay, and so was it the disbelief that separated you, or was it something else that they believe is like doctrinal that it may or may not be the case?
It was because I did not follow the old law.
Okay, and so you were basically, I guess, excommunicated or whatever, and that is what caused you to
I
not
mean,
believe in God.
I don't want to make it that dramatic. I wasn't like excommunicated. It's that like literally one whole side of my family will not interact with me, will not talk to me, will not even try to have a part in my life. And it's because they believe in the Christian God. And that
Okay,
harms me. That's a direct harm based on the religion. Like it might not be like you can say, I guess it's not God directly causing it, right? But
right.
if God created everything, he created me the way I am, so he put me within this situation.
It could be, it may not be easy to hear this, but it could literally be for their judgment, not yours. Okay, if they are pious Christians, if
Chat
these are if
allowed him.
these are not spirit-filled pious Christians, they are going to be judged for what they did to you.
Can
It
I
might not
read
bring
this
you any comfort
backspace
right
chat
now,
real
but
fast?
Yes.
You are confused. I said your mom was your first mover, and then you said she was the big banger. And so I corrected it to your mom as the big banger. Then you said that I refuted myself, but I just corrected myself after you corrected me. Thank you.
No, but like the point I'm getting at is like it caused me mental harm to deal with those situations. So, like, whether or not you want to believe or think God's all good, that is people give their personal experiences all the time of how God helped them or pushed them forward. But my personal experience is it pushed me back.
How do I know it's my father? Maud, I look just like him. I'm almost picked out of his ass. That's how I know it's my father. But guess what? Like he comes
oh my
around too.
god, that's hilarious.
He does something. I did
Yeah,
something right there. That is such a lame question. Lame, lame, lame.
Cody, I certainly understand kind of what you went through because I am dealing with the same thing. Okay, uh, kind of in the opposite, but it's literally the same thing. So, what you have to take into account is if these people aren't necessarily born again Christians and are just following the letter of the law, which it says not to do in the New Testament, but the spirit is what brings life, then they will be judged for that. And unfortunately, yeah, you have to suffer through that, but it could work out for your good. That still doesn't give you really an actual reason to blame it all on God. It could be the devil and those people and not anything to do with
The
you,
devil.
unfortunately.
But God created the devil, right?
Well, he created Lucifer.
Why
That's
would
the
God
devil.
allow a supernatural entity? Okay, he didn't give us any special powers. We can't even see these invisible beings that are
That's
flying
true.
around, like inhabiting our life and moving into our body like they did in the pigs, and doing all this stuff. He didn't even give us the ability to see these things, let alone detect them in any way. He didn't give us any supernatural powers to protect ourselves. He just turned these evil entities that are invisible loose on his mortals, his mere mortals. And then if we don't resist against them and protect ourselves from them, they can lead us into hell. I mean, what kind of shit is that? What what kind of
So God
parent
created.
is it?
That's a
God? He is.
literal, bona fide, legitimate gripe. And even I asked that of God because it's true. You know, how can we fight an enemy we can't see, right? So
Yeah.
yeah, that's a legitimate argument against the God of Abraham. I
I mean,
agree
it's
with you.
it's a legitimate reason to think that this God is not there.
I
Well,
The
feel
fact
like
he's
that he
you,
there. It
allows
just,
it,
I
right?
don't see how this could be an actual true judgment if we can't even know and see where our enemy
You're
is.
you are so
So,
you are
I,
so excusing his failures. Why do men
I,
have
that's one
nipples?
thing I will
I
concede,
feel like
okay, is that we should be able to see our enemy, but we can't.
freak. I feel like I feel like this keeps repeatedly happening. Like we keep coming to points and you keep saying, well, actually, yeah, that's not true. Or actually, yeah, it can't work that way. Or yeah, I can't explain that. So at what point or is it just not reasonable?
Well, for you
Yeah.
to give up your faith completely on some yay holes that are happen to be in your family because they aren't,
Whoa,
cutting a
you're
check
attacking
or
my
whatever.
personal experience right now. I wouldn't attack your personal experience if you brought it up.
Okay, well, I'm just saying that I don't see how that is a reason why you should abandon him
That's
altogether.
not the
It
only
makes no
reason. I've
sense. Okay,
listed several reasons why I don't believe. I'm giving you arguments why I don't believe. That's the only reason I'm having this discussion with you, is because I truly believe that you believe. And if there's something that you know that I don't know, I'd like to know it. But nothing
okay.
we've came to that you have told me has led me to I don't know. I can't answer that. I can't explain. But we've had about, I think, 3 or 4 topics where you've came to that conclusion.
Well,
Yeah.
first of all, you know how to frame better than a communist carpenter. Okay, so I don't appreciate
Ad
that at all.
hominem
I wish you would
attacks
stop.
isn't
I
cool.
wish you would
Ad
stop.
hominem
Okay.
is attacks aren't cool.
Well,
Okay,
it
in the
doesn't matter
Bible,
because
in
that's
the
what you're
Old
doing, and I
Testament.
and I have to stand up for myself because I'm not going to put up with that anymore before I do start trolling you. Okay,
Look,
and I'm trying to
in the
answer
Old
your questions the
Testament.
best that I can. I'm trying to answer the questions the best that I can, and you are, dismissing them or hand waving them, like you said, or just moving on to something else. It's not very. I'm frustrated as you are. Okay, if that makes you feel any better.
In the Old Testament, it says if you have a rebellious son, that you are to take him to the elders and take him to the gates of the city and stone him to death.
For
So you want to say that like Cody's parents did not follow what God orders to do. But it says in the Bible that if you have a rebellious son, that you are to take him to the gates of the city, and stone him to death. So, to me, it
okay,
sounds
so
like they did not even follow the law by just like not even having anything to do with him. They actually were supposed to have took him to the gates of the city and stoned him to death. That's what God says.
right. So, but that what they did do is more in accordance to the law and following the law than it has to do with the heart of the matter, which is what Jesus was teaching.
Okay,
Okay,
but so when
the
Jesus
heart
came.
abandoned this kid. The heart abandoned this kid, and that's what they're going to be judged for ultimately before God, not whether they stoned the guy at the gate.
That's not what God says in the Old Testament. I mean, He tells them that if they even try to like save their child, that they will be judged too. I mean, so
Okay,
there's to me the hate-filled Christians who practice slavery and treat women like property are actually following the Bible, actually more closely than the progressive Christians. Although I will say, I would much rather be around a progressive Christian than those people. But if you want to go with who is following the theology of the book, I mean, it's pretty easy to see that the ones that are being all nice and Jesus was a hippie, a socialist hippie or something like that are not accurate.
Okay,
The
so
freak, the freak. I
Jesus
took a
crouched down. Jesus crouched down and started writing in the sand when they brought the woman that was caught in adultery, right to his lap or whatever, and said, are we going to stone this tramp or not? So he started writing in the sand or whatever, right? So that is kind of like a representation of the old law versus the new law.
And
Okay,
any biblical scholar
the
will tell
freak.
you that story was added much later than that book.
I want to clarify one thing real quick, guys. I'm sorry. The freak, I wasn't trying to attack you. I don't want you to feel like I'm attacking you. I'm sorry that it came off that way. I'm going to be quiet for just a second.
Well, we're supposed to
I
be
appreciate that.
doing a bloodbath anyway, so we're supposed to be attacking.
Yeah, that's true.
Yeah.
But the thing is, with his family, they've already judged him. In other words, Jesus said, "Judge not, lest you be judged." Well, they judged him, so they're already kind of not in the will of the Lord, which is to love God and love thy neighbor, right? So they judged him based on Old Testament law, even though they're supposedly Christian. I'm assuming. I think that's what he said. And so they're already in a conflict. They probably just are too stubborn to even see it. Anyway,
I don't know.
as far as your
I
cousin
know everybody's
goes,
getting bored. This is not near as boring as listening to people talk about why they should have debates about morals on the internet, though.
Do we have a concession on either side yet?
Heck no.
I forgot what the topic was. What was the topic again?
He believes in the Christian God.
The Bible, the Bible.
So the freak is saying he's not wrong, and you're saying you're not wrong.
I'm saying they should concede because it's 2-on-1 anyway. So
I'm gonna take the atheist stance, and I don't have anywhere to be. I have no reason to concede. I feel like you've dropped like 4 or 5 points at this point in time.
And I'm just gonna stay because I'm a hard-headed bitch.
That's good enough for me. I'm the same way. I'm a hard-headed bitch. Oh, when we were talking tacos the other day, and you asked me about how I could justify somehow equate Christianity with Islam, there was one specific verse that I should have brought up instead of going to Genesis 16, and I'm going to look that up right now. So.
Look, I've seen Missing Mod. I've never seen Missing Mod.
Yeah, Missing Mod super chat.
I've never seen her. This is like the first time I've ever sent a super chat. Why do men have nipples?
For Robin. Yep. Why do men have nipples?
What else would we bite?
Oh God! I'd rather you bite that than something else, though.
Wait, so
that's fair.
Okay. Wait, so freak.
Because God decided they needed nipples. It's our special creations, God. He's the one. Ask him.
All right, the audience is demanding a bloodbath winner because it's been going on for so long. So I think we have to go with
I
think we have to go with the audience vote.
Okay, so, audience vote.
I've had a vote up for 41 minutes, and it's got 26 votes right now. Let me end that poll. So with 4%, we had 3% actually. Somebody got a last minute voted. Cody ended up with 3%. They said no one won. That got 19% of the vote. The Freak ended up with 26% of the vote. Robin ended up with 50% of the vote. Is the victor. Robin, you are the bloodbath champion.
Yay!
Way to go.
Love it.
Y'all.
Yeah.
I will pass y'all's money out later next week.
Yeah. You
Robin,
want
pick a Bible
just because
verse.
Pick a Bible verse? Let's see. You may take slaves from the nations around you.
No, what verse?
I don't remember what numbers it is. I don't remember all that. I
Probably
know it's
Deuteronomy,
in
28 or
Deuteronomy.
something.
I think it's in Deuteronomy, maybe,
Leviticus 25, 44 to
or
46,
Leviticus.
right?
Another one of those great books right there. Leviticus and Deuteronomy.
Historic.
Two of God's finer moments right there.
Man, this
Yeah.
this is going to be interesting. How Pigeon talks about slaves.
Guys, it was a good. Yeah, I had a good conversation with you guys. It was nice, Robin. I appreciate your commentary as well.
Oh, thank you, Cody.
Appreciate that.
The freak, I love you, man.
I love
All
you
right,
too.
so-
You know,
The guys and Wahini's that you guys like come slaves for real kind, they gonna come from the other peoples that stay live around you guys. You guys can buy slaves from them. You guys can buy the people that live near you for one short time too, and the people from the Ohanas that born inside your land for come your slave. You guys can give the slaves that's not Jew guys to your kids when you make for your kids. For come your kids slave. You guys can make them slaves all the time they stay alive. But you better not give hard time to the Jew guys that's your slave. Cause the Israel people, they your brother guys.
hey,
Nice,
you know,
guys. Thank y'all.
thank you.
All right, we have Zulfikar Khan in the back. What's up, Zulfikar Khan?
Hello, assalamu alaikum wa rahmatullahi wa barakatuh. Can you hear me?
Yeah, what's going on, dude?
Yes.
Yes, yes. So, why you guys are atheists? Like, what do you think? Where we came from? Why we have a conscience? And what's the purpose of life?
Are you asking me?
Atheists.
So,
the
You've got a
atheists.
number of people you can choose to bloodbath against. Hang on.
Oh, who do I have?
Who would you
Somebody
like to bloodbath?
somebody who has mental strength. So I have the freak Colorado biker, Cody.
I'm Cody.
I'm a believer, actually.
Cody's a believer? Okay.
No, I'm atheist.
Okay, Cody.
I
then.
hit the freak because he's a Christian.
Okay, Cody then. I'll bloodbath with Cody.
All right, Cody, you ready for a bloodbath?
I've got to be heads up. I probably have like an hour left just
Okay.
to preface it.
I doubt
I'm
the
not-
bloodbath will take an hour.
Well, I'm just saying, like this last one went a little while, so I'm just
Oh yeah,
prefacing
they
it.
normally
Like,
don't go that long. Normally somebody concedes by then.
yeah. Well, I mean, it's gonna be really hard to get me to concede on this. So, but yeah. So I was just prefacing it. Like, I do have a cutoff eventually.
All right, so what do you two disagree on? What are you wanting to argue? What was your name? Zulfikar? What would you like to argue?
Yeah, from the you about the cosmological argument.
What?
Do you
I mean-
disagree with the cosmological argument, Cody?
Well, I don't know what.
Cosmological argument.
Well, hold on. If we're gonna, I think I've said this before on the stream. I'm not a physicist. I have a general understanding of things, so I can't really fight the cosmological argument. Like it, I can kind of like on the surface, but
Okay, I can give you like a little short introduction. It's simple. The
well,
universe.
I think there's different models and theories, right? So it's like there's not just one viewpoint.
So you can see. Do you accept defeat?
No, I'm saying there's different. You're trying to present there's one cosmological argument. I'm saying that there is multiple different ones.
Oh, DF is saying he likes to do bloodbath on the deity of Christ.
I don't. I'm not arguing for Christ at all.
Well, basically, what do you think? What is your understanding where the universe come from? Why are we conscious beings?
I don't claim that I have a complete understanding of everything.
I understand. So, you like what is your idea? Like you must have some kind of
I think it
that
always
I'm living
existed.
because like why are you even alive? What's the point?
I think that I make my own purpose.
What is that purpose?
It's whatever I choose.
Give me an example. Like today, what is your purpose?
It's whatever I choose. Literally, like that's the best way I can define it. Like it's not deeper than that. It's not bigger than that. It's whatever I choose.
So, why do you deny God's existence? Do you think because there's no evidence, or is it because of some moral argument?
Can I ask you something?
Yes, go ahead.
Okay. Do you like boys?
What do you mean, like children?
Like no, sorry, men. Do you like men? Sorry, I wasn't not children. No, that's not at all.
Like gay stuff? No.
Yeah, like gays, like homosexual stuff.
No.
But can if you can you make yourself like boys?
That's up for debate. Not me.
No,
but
I'm asking you. Can you make yourself like boys? Or not boys? Sorry, men. Men. Sorry, I'm not. It's not that.
I've seen some, like not me, but I've seen example of men who went to like modeling and they came out.
Not an example. I'm asking, can you make yourself like men?
Not me, no.
So how can I make myself believe in a God?
Because there's evidence for it. You're alive.
There is no belief. I have no belief.
Real fast, Zulfurquare, how big was your data training set?
What?
No, never mind.
My what?
Your data training set?
Data training set?
Yes.
I have no idea what you're talking about.
Well, as soon as you'll admit that you like men, I'll admit that I believe in God.
Not me, no. It's a fallacious argument because two things are not same.
It is the same thing.
Is a sexual preference. Believing in God is a natural disposition. That's why people ask, well, who made you? The question itself. Nobody says, why am I not the gay? Or somebody might, but this is not the normal question. Can I be gay? And like I say, there has been some people who did turn gay.
So you can choose to be gay, right? You can pick that.
People who are
you can
not
pick to be gay, right?
For me, okay, I'll say this. For me, why I cannot be, because I have my belief. And
no, not why you can be. You can pick it, is what you're saying. You can choose to be gay and fully be in it.
My anecdotal experience, which doesn't count, but if you're asking me, I've seen men choosing to be gay after they have been into like modeling, stuff like that.
But can you choose to be gay? Like, can you like me right now?
No.
I
cannot. I mean,
I cannot like God.
I'm a straight man, but if you bring
I can't like God.
Yeah, so if I'm a straight man, and if you pick a girl that I find repulsive, I won't like her, regardless of me being liking girls or not. It's about Like what is my sexual preference? You understand? So your preference is
So you can like me.
not to believe versus
You
believe.
can choose to like me.
How like you as a person, human being?
No, like homosexual relations.
No way, man. What the heck? No.
So you believe that that's just something ingrained.
I don't believe it. I think there's possibility. Like if I did not believe in God, that and I was I didn't see this as a sin, then in different universes it's possible. In this universe, I have a firm belief in God and religion, and then the fact that we are here for a purpose. That's why I would not even get myself. It's not even you. I wouldn't even do it with a
So it's
girl.
not a choice.
It is a choice. I choose not to do it with a girl too. I just do it only with my wife because that's how we are made, Adam and Eve, right?
Do what? Wait, repeat that. Sorry.
It's my I think it's conviction that will. But if I didn't have conviction, so it was possible, but because of my conviction, I wouldn't be able to do it to begin with.
So you believe in free will.
Correct. Yes.
So does your God believe that we can burn in hell?
Correct.
Doesn't that contradict free will?
It doesn't.
Explain that to me.
Yeah. So in Quran it says that before we were born, we were asked if we choose to have free will or not. If we choose to have a free will, we are made as humans. If not, then we are made as
You might want to mute him. Looks like he
That was
DC'd.
insane.
They kept saying he was AI in the chat.
Dude, I was catching like weird glitches. I don't know.
Queer, are you back? Are you unglitched? Zulferquare?
Yeah, I'm here. Can you hear me? What's
Yeah.
going on?
Are you an AI?
No. What the heck? No, I'm human.
Just to ask, what name is he going by?
Zulferquare Khan.
So could I just call you Z if I wanted to ask you a question?
Okay. Yeah, or yeah, go ahead. Yeah, so Z is fine.
Okay. So I don't want to risk like mispronouncing it or like that, but
it's all right. I'm not a soft.
It's as somebody who's been listening, I've been listening and working. It's interesting because this is a weird direction of the conversation because sexual orientation is not something that people choose. It's who they are. There's mountains of evidence to support this.
Hold on. Are you the same guy? Are you
no. I'm listening.
No, jail's breaking the bloodbath rules right now.
No, I'm just kind of curious because for the sake
somebody
of
has to buy you into the bloodbath. It's a 1v1.
Yeah, I know. I'm just saying from the listening for the audience, for the live chat and everything, we're going off in a wild direction. When CH had a perfectly awesome question that didn't get addressed, and that was how he could believe in a God, and then Z said that there was the evidence, and then he presented that evidence, and then CH was going to go after that, but then it never happened. Because now we're off in this whole weird conversation about like sexual orientation and it's not even related to the God question. So I was hoping to get it back on track as to where it was, because that's what the bloodbath debate was about.
I appreciate that, JL, because I completely lost track of the conversation too.
Not a problem. It's just like there was a great rebuttal that you had there when you said, "How can you believe in it?" And he said, "Because we're all made by it." And the obvious thing there is like, well, how do you know that God made everything? Would that not require that it exists first? So how do you know it exists in order to make anything? So that would be where this was going, to keep the bloodbath debate on track. So Z, however you plan to demonstrate your God, that'd be great.
So yeah, CH, can you ask me the question just to?
Well, yeah, I mean, I'm sorry. I know I got off topic, so jail, thank you for that. But yeah, how would you demonstrate your God?
How would I demonstrate my God is through the Quran and through the Hadiths. For example, we have a lot of the prophecies that came true. The Quran itself is considered miracle by the Arabs who are proficient in the language.
So the thing is, I've got to be completely honest with you, and it's not me conceding. I can get like I can talk like overarching themes with you about the Quran, but all of my notes that I have on the Quran, I have on my phone, and I can't exit this and look at them. So I wouldn't be able to go in depth, but we can debate overarching concepts of the Quran. Like I'm not going to be able to look at verses or anything.
Okay, we can talk about the. So you're not certain about the cosmological argument because it's like a thought provoking question, which for
Well,
example, everything that begins to exist has a cause, and
it's like the first cause argument is what you're trying to get at.
yeah, that's kind of like
So,
I was trying to see how do you resolve that if you don't.
well, I
Yeah.
think that everything exists eternally. Like I think it's infinite. I guess eternally is not the right word. Infinite. So there's infinite past, there's infinite future.
So you're saying that at some point Big Bang happened, but that was happening for infinity.
Well, what do you
Like
think the Big Bang is?
how would you describe Big Bang is when the explosion, when the universe came into being, right?
No.
All right, okay, go just give me like a little rundown or
The
a
Big
little
Bang is
summary.
the expansion of space.
Yeah, but at some point there was a blast like Big Bang, right?
No,
There
no,
was a
no, no. It's not an explosion at all. It's the expansion of space.
I think I read it that it was an explosion.
No,
It
it was labeled the Big Bang by somebody that was making fun of it originally. So it's a turn of phrase, but it's just the expansion of space.
Hmm. So you're saying that from eternally it was small and it kept expanding. So it
Well,
okay.
we have research
Expanding
that
from what?
shows that
What?
the acceleration of the universe is slowing down currently. So I
So
believe that
where?
it's big expansions and big crunches. Maybe I'm not wording it right, but that's why I said I'm not a physicist.
Well, I'm just asking. You said it's infinite. That it's been expanding since infinity. They gotta be like point A when it was at certain shape, like a certain expansion, and then point B it expand like the expansion was, let's say, 2 kilometer or whatever. So it's got to be at some point where it's almost nothing, right? Because
I'm
it's
sorry,
there
I'm
the
not.
starting point for it to go to point B. Because without that, you have to concede that, well, no, time didn't exist
Well,
at
what I'm
that time.
saying is that there's an infinite past and an infinite future. There's an infinite amount of energy and there's an infinite like it's just infinite.
And you don't have any like mathematical model to explain that, right?
Well, there is models out there. I'm not, like I said, I'm not a
Can you
physicist.
can you
Trying
recommend
to
me any kind of like theories or any model that I
Well, you can
just the
like
name of
listen to Sean Carroll. Sean Carroll's a good he has good representations of this. I follow a guy on YouTube called Dr. Blitz who has models that works with infinite regression and non-infinite regression. It just depends. I feel like asking me to believe in a god is asking for an extra step. Like I have evidence that this exists. I don't have evidence that things exist outside of this.
okay. Okay, I will watch if there's evidence that the time is infinite. Then yeah, I would concede that then
Well, what's
it's
the evidence that it isn't?
because that's how we observe, right? Like if something is how like Earth
Well,
was
can you
not
count backwards infinitely?
Yeah, that's what I'm trying to say. At some point, and I'm talking about Earth, planet Earth, right? At some point, it didn't
Yeah, but
exist,
you can count
right?
backwards infinitely, right?
Yes, we can technically.
And you can count forwards infinitely.
Yes.
So why wouldn't I think there's an infinite? Like, what is to
Well,
disprove that?
yeah, because there's for example, Earth happening at some point. So there is some point the Earth happened
Wait, so
before it
you
was. There is
subscribe to the Quran,
excuse
right?
me.
You subscribe to the Quran, correct?
Yes.
How old does the Quran say the Earth is?
Well, now we're changing. I mean, I can get to that point. It doesn't say the same
Well,
as
I'm not. It's not changing. It plays into what I'm saying. Like the belief you're basing on says that it's a certain amount of years old. We study it, say it's older, and that supports my belief. We don't see an end or a beginning to the universe. We just see so far back.
I'm talking about the planet Earth, right? It has the beginning at some point. And we know for the fact that Earth wasn't like it was, those particles formed after it, like what do you call it? I'm not, like, again, I'm not a physicist myself. I'm more like biologist, right? And so I'm just trying to go to that. And
Well, do
in
you
Quran,
think
it doesn't really,
evolution's true?
huh? Excuse
Do
me?
you think evolution's true?
Yes, I mean I don't know the how it like I don't know for certain. There are certain proposed theories about the how it carried through the life, how it evolved, but we don't know for certain. Like we know genetic drift and we know the natural selection, you know
Wait, so
those
how
kind of
old
events.
does the Quran say that the world is, or the
It
Earth?
doesn't it doesn't really give you a point. It says yom, and yom is a vague term to describe like it's kind of like you can yom can mean millions of years or 1 year or it's not a definite
So,
time. It's not given a definite time.
so it can mean anything.
Yes, that's what I'm saying. It's not clear. It's not it's more of a vague.
Oh,
It's
hang on,
not
hang on. I
numerous.
missed a super chat, guys. I apologize. It didn't show up on my feed there. The Freak, thank you so much for the super chat. That's greatly appreciated. I don't know why that didn't count on there. Muhammad was a born again Christian. Hashtag bloodbath. Thank you for the super chat, the Freak.
Oh, everything got real quiet for a second, huh?
Yes, so yeah, in Quran it's not clear. It's not really stated that how long it took. It says 6 yom. Now the word yom,
So
it doesn't have a specific time to it. It just means like
so it
you,
doesn't say exactly how long or how long things have been around.
yeah, it's just 6 events basically.
Well,
You know.
I think that's disingenuous. I think the Quran does say, but I don't, like I said, debating that would be a non-starter.
Well, can you show me where it says a specific time?
Well, you
Yeah, I
said
know
a yom, right? So that's a word. What does that word mean?
Yom is like so anybody who is here who speaks Arabic can tell you what yom means.
Well, no,
It's
what does it mean? I'm asking you.
like it's not a specific time. It's like you can say period of time, right?
But what does it mean? I didn't say it means a period of time or anything. I'm asking you.
It can be. It's so a word yom can have many meanings, right? One of the meaning is ears.
No, but what does it specifically mean? Like if you were teaching somebody the language and you
Yeah,
said yom means this,
yeah.
what
I'll
would
say this.
yom mean?
I'll say this. So yom is context based. However, there
No,
are
no, no,
certain
no,
meanings.
no. I asked you if you were teaching somebody that did not know the language, what would yom mean?
So that's what I would say. It's a word that That is, the meaning is defined by the context itself, because Arabic is not English. It has really context-based language.
So
Maybe
it's not a word.
excuse me?
It's not a word.
What is not a word?
Yom.
So yom has many meanings. It can mean a day, it can mean period of time, it can mean years.
Well, what does yom mean? Like,
All these
you know
all
what?
these
We'll move on because you're not answering that question. Let's
I
let's
say
pick a.
all these meanings are word yom can mean these three things or four things.
So did
All these
God wrote the Bible or the Quran? Sorry, not the Bible. So God wrote the Quran.
it was revealed to Prophet Muhammad.
What does that mean? Revealed.
Like that it was, revealed, meaning like as a speech to Prophet Muhammad, and he spoke it to the
So
people, and
God
they wrote
spoke it to the prophet.
it through Jibril. Yes,
What's Jabril?
Jibril is an angel with a title Holy Spirit.
So God spoke through an angel and then gave us a word that you can't define.
Yes, it's an ancient language. It's not modern language. So I would say yes, that you cannot have a definite meaning behind it. It is context based. So I will agree. It could mean a one day, but it could also
What
mean
if it
1 year.
just means it's not true?
See, for example, if I'm saying it took some time, right? Or it took I don't know. Give me one moment. Let me see.
But
English is
those
not
are
my
all words.
so
Those are all words that have definitions.
yeah, I know an English word that's really similar to it. I'm gonna give you. Just give me one moment. English is not my first language, so I'm trying to.
You're trying to avoid defining yom.
No. I'm not avoiding. What I'm trying to do is to see the exact word in English, what it means. I don't know. I'm having a hard time explaining what it means. You understand?
Okay.
Okay, here
So
it says
the Quran
it
does
can be.
not say exactly how long it took the earth
Yeah.
to
So
be created.
according to Google, it's saying it can be used to describe more general period of time. That's what the Google says.
Okay, so the Quran does not state how long it took to create the
Yes.
earth.
Yeah. Basically. Yeah. That's the.
So why do you have a cosmological argument?
Because it's just not stating how long it took for Earth to form. That doesn't have anything to do with cosmological argument. Cosmological argument states that because Earth
Well, no, where are you
didn't
getting your
exist,
cosmological argument then? If it's not
that
from the Quran.
no, it's not directly from the Quran. It's more of a philosophical argument to like it was done like it's Kalam. So Ibn Sina, he also proposed it to it's more like a philosophical to find out why we are here and stuff like that. So it's an argument to explain why we believe in God, why to believe in God,
Well, you
rather
can
than
argue why or why not to believe in God, but you're not presenting any evidence, and your argument was cosmological, and you haven't refuted my argument of an infinite regress, an infinite,
yeah,
whatever. And
yeah.
then
So
you're
because
saying that you're basing your beliefs off of science, which is where I gain my knowledge. I don't understand, what does the Quran offer you?
so what you're saying, infinite regress, it's not a proven. It's not like something. It's a solid.
There's
The
models that show it can happen.
I have to read it. To be fairly honest, I did not read about infinite regress. What I was reading was the multiverse.
Well, there's models that work without infinite regress too, but I'm saying infinite regress, there's models that show it works. Like, I'm not
So
misleading you or trying to like tell you something that isn't true.
I'll read
You
into it
know what I
more, but
mean?
Earth itself came into being at some point. That's what I'm talking about. When did that happen? From the start, from the whatever
Does
point
the
you're talking.
Quran tell
Let's
you that?
excuse me.
Does the Quran tell you that?
Well, Quran says that the God says be, and the whole like universe was formed, at that specific. The time started with the God's word.
But does it say how old the Earth is?
It doesn't. No, it doesn't give you mathematical models of the how to calculate the
So is
when.
that evidence?
Excuse me.
Is that evidence of God then?
No, so here's the thing about God. Like that's why I was bringing up the cosmological argument, because through
I
philosophy,
just
we can,
disproved your cosmological argument.
you really didn't, because I'm talking about the Earth being, it began to
You
exist
couldn't
some
even
point,
tell me
and
how old the Earth is.
the Earth. No, I'm kind of confused. So I don't know from Quran. It doesn't really say how old the Earth is, but we definitely know that we have not like exact number, but we do know the Earth began to exist at some point. Now it's like billions of years.
But that
It's not
disagrees
billion.
with your cosmological argument.
So you disagree that Earth began to exist at some point,
No,
right?
no, no. I'm saying that specifically disagrees with your cosmological argument, and you're using that as a basis.
Excuse me, can you repeat that?
I said that disagrees with your standpoint. Like you can't have it both ways.
Here's the thing: you're making an assumption that the infinite regress has a possibility for Earth to,
You're
exist.
making an
The thing
assumption
with
that God exists.
infinite regress, you have to give me evidence when the Earth began to exist. Because if it's infinity, how does it even make sense that at some point from the infinity, Earth began to? Because we know for
I'm
definite
not
that Earth.
saying that Earth existed for infinity. I'm saying the universe did.
Doesn't make sense to me that the universe is infinite. If it's infinite,
Well, just
then
because
how
it doesn't make
Earth?
sense to you doesn't mean it's wrong.
Because see, it takes time for events to happen, and if it's infinite time, then it will never happen because it's infinite.
What? That doesn't make any sense.
Because an event happened, Earth being born or created or whatever you believe in. At that point, there was
No, you believe the Earth was born or created. I
a
don't
scientific
believe that.
fact
I
that
believe that it's
Earth
a
didn't
part of the
exist.
universe.
So you're saying that Earth was never formed. It's been like this from infinity.
No, I'm saying that the Earth is a part of the universe, and it's a part of the infinite crunches and infinite expansions that happen. Like that's what I'm telling you. Is like the Earth could exist without us.
So you're trying to say that Earth existed. It's just that human beings weren't there, right?
Yeah, Earth has always existed. Human beings
So,
don't have to be a part of it.
okay, hold
Or
on.
not always
I'm pretty
existed.
sure I
That's the
read that
wrong.
Earth.
Hold on. Not always existed. That's the wrong turn of phrase. The Earth did eventually become, right, from like stardust and asteroids. I don't think there was like a snap of the fingers and the Earth existed.
Yeah, so here's the thing according to the scientific study, it was 4.6 billion solar system formation since a giant cloud of gas and thus the solar nebula collapse, likely triggered by a nearby supernova. So it was 4.6 billion years ago. Now, before that, how long it took from the point of no Earth to Earth? You
What are you
understand? Because
saying?
you have to have time happening, right, for Earth.
So you
Like
believe in?
His question is regarding the age of the universe is to the age of the Earth. The age of the observable universe right now is a little over 13 billion years, 13 billion light years. So if you're looking at 13 billion years to 4 billion years, so that's the spans of time. It's unknown. It's unknown how long it took the Earth to form out of the protoplanetary disk that was around as the sun itself was coalescing, but they're roughly close in age. So it's whatever 13 minus 4 is what that is. So it was like 9 billion years for since the expansion event began from the origin point of observability to the formation
Thank
of the
you,
Earth.
dude. I just am not a physicist.
so before
Like I'm not
that,
yeah.
So before that, what do you think? How long it was before it had the properties for the expansion to start? Because you're saying the time is going. You know,
Well,
it just
I can admit I don't know.
it's illogical because the thing is, for an event to happen in
Well,
time, it cannot be infinite, because if it's infinite, then it's never going to happen.
no,
Like if I ask
no. Well,
you
so
to wait infinite,
there's been some misconceptions here, and what he's trying to and maybe I can provide a machete to the intellectual thicket so we can get on to the
Yeah,
meat
thank
of it.
you. Sorry, I'm not a physicist
No, not a problem.
at all.
The origin point of observability was a little over 13 billion years ago. That's what we call the Big Bang. That was the initial inflation event from a state of energy, from a state of space, or from a state of the universe that essentially is unquantifiable. It still existed. It wasn't like there was no.
Sorry, it's a bloodbath, JL. I had to move you into the back.
I mean, the thing I'm trying to get at is like in your viewpoint, you have to have a god. In my viewpoint, I don't. And that means like there's things I can't explain. Like you drilling me on the things I can't explain isn't going to change if I believe in a god or not.
my friend, you can ask me about the evidence of why I believe in God, from why I believe the Islamic God is true. We can move from that point because it looks like it's just going, in circles. So we can say, okay, move to a different point, like why I believe that Islamic God is the true God. If we can say,
well, didn't you just waved your hand at your own argument? Because
no, I'm just saying it.
I answered yours. I answered your argument. I answered your argument. Maybe it wasn't as in depth as like you would like it to be, but I answered your argument, and your argument was that God is real because of the cosmological argument, and I gave you reasons why that's not a definite. So it's like you can.
You're able to explain at what if it was infinite, how can from infinity a point with like a time? For example, if I ask you, hey, I'm gonna come to your home at infinite amount of time, so I will never come to you because it's infinite. So if your system is being infinite, and from that point art actually came into being, it's infinite. It means it's never going to happen. It's infinite. You know what I'm saying?
Okay.
It doesn't mean it's not logical. It's not logical.
Can you deal a deck of cards? Hold on. Can you deal a deck of cards infinitely?
Excuse me?
Can you deal a deck of cards infinitely?
No.
You cannot. You cannot just keep shuffling it and redealing it, and you cannot just do that infinitely.
Yeah, we can't.
I'm saying, like, theoretically, you cannot just keep reshuffling and keep doing it.
You're talking about our universe, or you're talking about some imaginary universe where time
No, I'm not talking about any universe. I'm asking you a question. Like, you can sit there and deal a hand, like, cards infinitely. You can keep reshuffling and then keep dealing it, right?
No, here's with your question. There's got to be a point where I'll start.
You cannot do that.
Listen, my friend, let me finish. There will be a point where I'll start shuffling. Yes, I can go from that point to infinity, but if you ask me, you will be shuffling.
No, you're missing the point. You're missing the point of what I'm saying. You're missing the point because you're trying to pre-answer the question.
Okay, go
you're
ahead.
Trying to get ahead of it. Can you shuffle and deal a hand of cards repeatedly?
I don't play cards, so I don't know your example. What do you mean deal?
Okay, so like you can deal, like you can sit there and take a deck of cards, shuffle it, deal it repeatedly, endlessly.
What do you mean
forever.
by deal?
But you're still gonna get a set amount of cards, and you're gonna get a set like group of cards. So you have infinite possibilities within that model.
This on infinite, right? There is like you will get to a point like
no, you won't, because you can keep redealing it. The same things might happen over and over again, but you can keep redealing it.
Okay, but you will start at some point, right? You will start to do this activity at some point. So
that's not the point. That's not the point I'm not talking about the starting. I'm saying there's infinite possibilities regardless of the start.
So yeah, we can say the earth can go on for infinite time, yes, but
Okay, so then you just lost your whole thing.
Excuse me?
You just lost your whole argument.
I really not following you, because you're what you're saying is a continuation versus the infinite starting point, which I am arguing that you cannot have an infinite starting point. You can have an infinite ending point, yes, but you cannot have an infinite starting point, because you got
So what
to
caused
start.
God?
Excuse me?
What caused God?
Yeah, so that's where we say he's outside of the time space.
So you can't even define your God. So you don't believe in the Quran.
There's no, it says it's nothing like the universe. So it is something that doesn't require beginning or never actually begin, because we can, he's outside of time. So whatever we have on
So
the
what
earth,
created God?
it's
You believe everything has to have a start.
It's self-sustaining entity. You can argue that perhaps it is the origin of the whole universe. Maybe you can argue that how is it conscious being?
No, what created God? You said everything needs a cause.
Is the first mover, is the first. So when you ask me if I can shuffle the cards,
So he's the cause of the cause of the cause?
Excuse me?
Is he the cause of the cause then?
He's the first, first cause, first mover.
So God is the cause, and then he caused the cause of the universe.
Okay. I'm not. What about this Christian guy, JL? No.
Is that a concession? Did you concede?
Yeah, I'm gonna give up, man. It's just this stream is
Welcome to
glitching.
atheism, brother. It's good to have
No,
you.
no. It's
also,
just
the winner of the bloodbath
understanding.
debate, as voted by the audience at 90%, was Cody. So congratulations, Cody, on winning your bloodbath debate. You are the official winner here. Cody, pick a Bible verse. What Bible verse would you like read?
I actually think we would be better off if you just surprised us with one, because I think that's what.
All right. Let's do random. Let's do roulette.
Isn't that what Christians do normally? Is just like point and say that's it.
Yeah, that's what I did. I like win the race. I know tell that I win the race already. I not perfect yet, but me, I like go all out for get the medal. Jesus Christ make me come his guy already. That's why I go all out for win. My brothers and sisters, for sure do the medal not mine's yet. But I stay do the main thing, forget. I know even think about all that stuff that when happen already. I go for broke for stuff that gonna happen Bombay. I stay running all out for win the race. And you know what kind medal I gonna get for that? Dista medal. God gonna tell me, hey, go come up here by me. And that's way I stay going because of Jesus Christ. That why. Or that's why.
Are you the fat guy in the video?
You know, all us guys that stay grow up and solid inside, good us all think and feel the same way. If you guys think different, God gonna show how you supposed to think. You guys stay good how you stay. So stick with the stuff you know and do. Yeah. Okay. Sorry, I had a seizure.
It worked.
Are you the fat guy in the video?
Yeah, why?
Oh no, it's pretty cool. I don't know how you manage to dance when you're this big.
Years of practice.
Anyways, yeah, I'm just tired. I really couldn't understand. Maybe I'll read some physics so I can, make a better argument. I think.
Yeah, you got body, dude.
I got what?
So I mean, so Z, the interesting question that I never heard brought up, and I was hoping that it would, was you kept appealing to the Quran and everything. Why should anybody believe the Quran?
Because it has certain, for example, like evidence that can prove its divine nature. For example, it predicted certain things.
How? No, wait. What's the number one?
Well,
What's the best?
hold on. I want to say I didn't dig into the Quran because I don't know it, and I have some like verses and stuff that on another app, but I just don't know it.
No, it's okay. No, you don't actually need to know it, because that's not where I'm going with this. Because the Quran is irrelevant to the original claim. So you can point to things in the Quran, the book itself, like you can claim that it, like, there's evidence it's divinely inspired. But here's the problem, Z. In order for the claims about the Quran to be true, the God, Allah, or the God would necessarily have to exist, wouldn't it?
I'm sorry, you say that God must exist for Quran to be true?
For the claims in the Quran to be true, right?
Yeah.
Right. So how did you determine that the God existed so that those claims were true?
It's through philosophy, like I said, the Kalam cosmological argument. I was unable to.
Okay, but
go ahead.
Yeah, but the problem is the Kalam cosmological argument starts with the assumption that everything that begins to exist has a cause, and the universe does not have it has not been established that the universe has a beginning.
I agree. It has some flaws, but that's why we would say that both are possibilities. So let's go with this possibility. Then we go to why Quran is the, book. If God exists, then why would we choose Quran? Would be a better way of understanding it than making a claim, because I agree there's no solid evidence.
Right. So how do you know that the God exists, like, at all? Like, how did you determine that?
So first off, it could be that there's no God, because they're both possibility. It could be infinite regression. It could be that we are limited in knowledge, so we can't really know for sure. However, like for example, we are alive, we can experience things, and our consciousness has no other explanation, or has no explanation per se. How we observe.
That's false. That's false.
What is your? Can you give me some that you like? A book or
the evidence in parsimony, the philosophy that you referred to previously. The evidence in parsimony indicates it is most likely materialistic.
So how would
that consciousness is an emergent property of the brain? Just like digestion is an emergent property of a gastrointestinal tract, or a heartbeat is an emergent property of a working cardiac system. Emergent properties are prevalent throughout nature, not just in human beings. Just like one ant can't really do anything by itself, but an entire colony working together has the emergent property of intelligence and problem solving. So emergent properties. There's no logical contradiction there, and all the evidence points to that. Now, while we don't have a mechanistic, like a nuanced mechanistic explanation for how it happens, it's the same thing as abiogenesis. We haven't fully solved the abiogenesis yet, but all the evidence is pointing in that direction. So there's no need to assume that a God exists to answer the question until you've actually demonstrated that a God actually does exist and can do the things that you think it does. So why would you? So basically, all I'm hearing is basically God of the gaps and appeals to emotion. So why would you predicate anything on the belief of something that you don't know exists?
So here's the thing.
Thank you so much for showing me different directions of the argument, and thank you guys for your time. But I gotta drop down. I'm gonna be listening for a little bit, but I really appreciate the perspective too.
No problem. And DeFreak, I've always said that abiogenesis is a hypothesis. I've never said it was proven. It's not a theory. I've said that multiple times on this stream to multiple.
Thank you for coming up,
people.
Cody.
That's not news. So why would we assume that a God exists? Why would we appeal to emotion? Why would we commit logical fallacies to justify the belief in it?
So I would say I agree to your point that it is possible, or one might say it is more logical that there is no God than there is God, because that the way we have disease and we have all the destruction going on, a God would be less likely because of these things, right? If we put both of the philosophical and the scientific evidence we have, we could conclude that. However, here's the thing, that we are still social animals, right? And we need a structure. And a lot of the times religions can provide that structure.
Okay, that just goes to show it has survival utility. Now, I acknowledge that religious form or religious ideologies, whatever form they took, they did have survival utility in the past. I have no problem with that. Uniting people under a common banner, uniting people under a common banner and getting them to work towards a common goal, that's always good. It keeps them together in numbers, survival in numbers. It gets work done more efficiently and more effectively. So, and they protect each other. That's just survival. But they're not really necessary today. With the interconnected world that we have today, all religious ideologies do is create unnecessary in-group, out-group distinctions that cause unnecessary conflict. So it's an ancient mode of survival that is not really necessary for anything. It's just people holding on to their tribalism because their particular religion makes them feel special. But ultimately, it doesn't matter if it has utility or not. While a concept can have utility, can have like physical utility, it doesn't mean that what the concept is based on is actually true. You can believe... you can believe that it's there, but it doesn't mean it actually is.
Well, I completely agree to you. I'm not saying that it's a definite, like, I'm not saying that I know the answer and you don't. No, I'm not saying that. I'm saying you might actually be right. Here's the thing. However, my like quality of life is improved if I live with that structure. Now, I'm trying to ask you this. Do you have a research paper, what you just said, that we don't need this utility anymore? Do you have a research paper that actually backs it up, or is it something your belief?
No, that's from just that's like a basic understanding of sociology. It's like basic sociological findings. More than likely, you won't find. I don't know if you'll find something specific like that, but the collated data, like the accumulated data, indicates that today in the modern age, with the level of interconnectedness of the planet, in other words, facilitating communication like across the globe at the speed of light, where people aren't divided up into tribes that are like relying upon horses or walking in order to get information to one another, that interconnectivity, by virtue of the internet and airplane travel and stuff like that, we don't need these things. This tribalistic notion that pretty much we've connected the globe to the point that it's pretty much one globe. It's one global population of human beings, and that the in-out group distinctions that are created by religious ideologies are unnecessary because they don't reflect anything that can be demonstrated to be true in reality, and all they do is create those in-group, out-group distinctions. The believers in one group and everybody who rejects them in the other group. That automatically creates conflict when the non-believers come into contact with the believers, especially when they're trying to like control resources and shit. If the in-group believes that their right to control a set of resources is divine is given to them by God, and they start cutting out all the non-believers from having the resources, that creates undue conflict. If that God doesn't exist, which they don't know if it does or doesn't, but they believe it does, but if it doesn't exist, then they're literally just cutting people out for resources because they don't want them to have it, because they don't believe, which is just silly. It's unempathetic, and it's literally a lack of humanity. So it's the unnecessary in-group, out-group distinctions that are problematic, that reinforce tribalism. So that's pretty much what religions do today. That's what they do. They create that. We don't need them anymore. It's ancient stuff.
How do you deal with the question of, that what do you call that? We all go through an existential crisis. Like, for example, why are we even here? Why even we live? What is your, like, how do you approach that problem if you don't believe in like divine message?
So existential problems, people got to get through those on their own, at their own pace. I got through mine. You do have these questions, but then you got to wonder if you even need to really ask the question, because everything that religion says that it can solve, you can actually solve yourself. It's just that people learning that is really, really tough, and they do it at their own pace, at their own comfort level. So, like, as far as like existential dread, just recognizing that you're going to die and just accepting that and reconciling that it's not, that nobody gets out of this alive. So that pretty much behooves you to make the most of your life while you have it. Okay. Just make the most of everything. So, I mean, you can get through these things.
Wouldn't it make you like more like a selfish, that this is the only life you got, and you don't really have any
Because
benefit?
because I'm an empathetic human being, and I'm a part of a society, and my actions affect others, and I recognize that, and I have empathy. Why would I
But I
hurt
mean,
people why would I hurt people when I don't want to hurt people?
but on average, if you look around the world, you see most humans like for Brazil and stuff, like South America, who don't really have much religion, they tend to be turned really violent towards each other.
That's not true. The vast majority of
So-
South American countries are various types of Roman Catholicism, with a number of other kind of like add-ins there with some of the old ancient pagan beliefs and stuff. But no, the happiest countries on the planet and the most prosperous ones are the ones that are pretty much secular.
Can you give me like the names of those countries?
Yeah, Finland, Switzerland, Denmark. I could probably those are like the top three off the top of my head. I could probably give you the rest of them. I have a list
What
here on my
about
computer.
Kuwait and Qatar?
Okay,
Kuwait and
those
Qatar.
you're talking about countries in the Middle East that are predominantly Muslim controlled.
Yeah.
And where's the vast majority of their GDP go? Does it go to the people, or does it go to the people in power?
You get people in power. Like I mean,
Right,
say
and
the
who
majority of the
influences
people-
who influences the government the most? The church or the people?
like in Kuwait, there is no church in Kuwait.
No. The religion. What informs the government more? The will of the people or the religion?
Religion, like they live by
Right.
religious.
This is what we call theocratic. These are what we call theocratic autocracies, where the religion is the predominant force and it pretty much controls. It pretty much sways the government, and the people come second to the religion, which is ridiculous because that puts people on that basically says you get what we tell you, and you only need the faith. Okay, which is ridiculous. So no, these areas are more chaotic, and not to mention any country that would put someone to death or imprison someone for not believing because they're not convinced of this nonsense is absolutely insane.
I would agree.
So-
They have their own. Yeah, they say that it creates fitna, which is corruption in the land. If you will have other people convinced to not believe, and
Yeah, centralized power is a bad thing. That's what the United States was supposed to be, decentralized power, where you had the power spread amongst the states and you had the federal government. But it was decentralized. There wasn't like one single post that was all the power in the nation, because we saw that happen in England when the Church of England was influencing the crown, and that was deeply problematic. When you centralize all the power like that, that's when you get autocrats and dictators, where one person thinks they have all the right to dictate how everybody lives, and that doesn't work. That's how you get taxation without representation. That's how you get all the reasons why we came and formed America. It was supposed to be by the people for the people. So
all right, I agree to you that it does lean more. But do you have any like physics research articles you would recommend, like books that could give more insight?
I think one of the best ones you can read, and that is probably would you say you have a high school or a college level understanding of physics?
I have a P. No, I mean I studied biology mostly, but not much physics. I have I can understand theory of special relativity, but I don't know much about before like the Big Bang and stuff like that.
Then start with Krauss's book, A Universe from Nothing. Krauss, Lawrence Krauss, Krauss. Yeah, start with that one.
Yeah, I know. Yeah. Okay. Thank you. Appreciate it. I'll leave, and I appreciate it.
Well, Zulfikar, what would deconvert you?
What do you mean? Like,
What would convince you your God doesn't exist?
So I agree to. I'm not saying that I'm certain, because anybody who claim.
Oh, so you're an agnostic?
No, I'm going through more like understanding I was a Muslim, and I'm still kind of trying to believe per se, but I have this what do you call it? A word where dilemma, right? If I don't believe, then what? Then my wife, if I get married, right? It's difficult for me to trust that she will, because if there's no God, what's stopping her from, doing something?
Dude,
Wait. Hang on a sec.
I'm married, and Jail are both married.
Yeah, I've been married I don't have a religious household. I'm an atheist, obviously. But I've been married it'll be 22 years this September. you trust that you have confidence that your wife will not do anything because she loves you, and that she trusts that you won't step out on her because you love her. You don't need a God to justify not doing something terrible.
It just makes me feel like it may lead to immorality. What I mean by immorality is like, cheating, destroying
Yeah,
the
stepping
life.
out. Yeah, stepping out. I've been an atheist longer than I've known. I've been an atheist pretty much longer than I've known my wife, and we've been married for 20. Oh, like I said, coming up on 22 years this September. We're completely monogamous. Haven't stepped out. So you don't need a God. You just need to be a good person.
So, do you claim necessary being theology?
That's what I've been. Yeah, I mean, I grew up of believing in that necessary being, like first mover.
Oh, awesome,
necessary.
Cody! Congrats. That's awesome. You have twins. Thank you for the super chat. That's greatly appreciated. So you grew up with necessary being
Here's the
theology.
thing. I'll just give you a little like thing. So I studied.
So
I'm in the U.S., right? I studied evolution.
So you know, a necessary being needs to be parsimonious, right? Like a necessary being faces a parsimony check.
What is parsimony?
Occam's razor.
Oh, yes, it doesn't.
You know that it faces a parsimony check, right? And
Yeah,
you
but
acknowledge you have the knowledge that your God does not exist because you acknowledged that a world without a God is possible. I can go into my justification for my necessary being if needed, but I don't think I need to. I think you sufficiently defeated your own necessary being. Now, that doesn't prevent you from claiming a brute factor or something like that, but you've granted an additional possible world, and a necessary being is a necessary being. It has to exist in all possible worlds, right? So at the bare minimum, your worldview is incoherent.
I love it when people in the live chat, like Smokey saying polemics, is just like making like the dumbest statements possible. Secular societies have always been known to be the bloodiest. Are you insane? Like what? Like
yeah, he is. Just
where is he coming up with this nonsense? It's like these are like patently false. A cursory examination of the statistics would show that he was just dead ass wrong. He's just making shit up at this point.
Well, they say the USSR was a secular, or they didn't believe in God's USSR.
No, that's demonstrably wrong. The Russian Orthodox Church worked with they worked with the government.
Okay, so this is so Z, a big problem here is when people start pointing at like communist Russia under Stalin, or in prior to that Lenin and Marx. So, and then they look at like the Germany under the Third Reich. Okay, these are far more complicated topics than people in religions would like you to realize. They're going to be like, oh, well, the H-man, he was an atheist, and he did blah, blah, blah. And then Stalin, like this. Okay. Atheism was not the driving force in any one of those things. Number one, the H-man over in Germany was a neo-pagan Christian. Okay, he basically created his own version of Christianity, is what it was, with some pagan influence from ancient Germanic tribes and shit like that. But in Russia, what started with Lenin, okay, was that they felt that the people in the Workers' Party pretty much felt that the church itself had become too corrupt and it was influencing the government way too much. All right, now it's a very, very deeply complex topic, but they saw the church, these people began to see the church as another method of control for the government to basically control the people through their faith, through what they believed. So it wasn't trying to get people to stop believing in God. It was people trying to get away from the church and destabilize the church, so it wasn't another force for control or another tool for control of the government.
Yeah, they didn't want to compete with the church. Up until that time, the church had the most power, like it did in medieval Europe.
Yes.
So they had the most control, but they did not want to try and compete with that control. So what they did is they did their best to minimize the influence that the Russian Orthodox and other churches had in the area, including Islam.
But they did not do away with the Russian Orthodox Church.
No,
They just
it was still there. They allowed it to
Yeah.
still exist, and they even
And-
appealed
oh.
to it at certain times, especially during World War II. They appealed to it to help spread propaganda.
and they even and they allowed for religious freedom.
Yes.
Because when the church was the Russian Orthodox Church was the pretty much the big power head at the time, and it was influencing the government and shit. So when that was going on, there was no freedom of expression or freedom of a religion. Like there were other people who didn't follow the Russian Orthodox Church who couldn't be open because they would have been like ostracized or like
yeah.
whatever. So basically dethroning the Russian Orthodox Church allowed other people to express their religious views freely, and they saw it as because remember, the tool of control is no longer there. The church was a tool of control. They weren't talking about religion, just the institution of the church had become corrupt, bloated, and full of just it was all about money and power. It's all it was. So they wanted to destabilize it. The problem is that these ideas, okay, in the wrong hands, just like anything in the wrong hands, can be extremely dangerous as well. So very similar to Darwin's ideas on evolution. There was a guy named Haeckel, Heckel, okay, who took Darwin's work, and because he himself was an anti-Semite, he then interpreted that stuff in order to justify or rationalize his anti-Semitism, and he used that rhetoric to fuel a lot of the crap going on with the Third Reich and their anti-Jewish propaganda. So you can take a good idea and you can twist it into something horrifying in order to justify a horrifying agenda, to make it look like it has some sort of scientific credence behind it. Stalin did the exact same Stalin did the exact same crap with the ideas that Lenin and Marx had, only he took it to an extreme because he himself was a mentally ill asshole who was also deeply paranoid, and he didn't want to give up his own power. And so he wound up just killing everyone to try and maintain that kind of order, because he saw enemies at every turn, as anybody who knew him before he died will tell you, including his own daughter.
Not only that, because
I'm sorry, I got to jump in on this one.
Okay, go for
it. This is also a discounting of other types of religiosity that exist in the world, like the Mandate of Heaven in China and all of the wars that happened because of that. That in and of itself is absolutely far and above the greatest death in human history. How about the Khan, again, using that Mandate of Heaven to sweep through Eastern Europe? That religiosity is absolutely the greatest cause of death in human history. Like there's no arguing that fact.
Well, no, I would argue that. Well, I would argue that to an extent. It's number two. Number one is the struggle over resources, water and arable land. That is the number one thing that we have been killing each other over since the beginning of agriculture.
Yeah, I can't disagree with that.
Yeah. Second is theology, is religion. So that's number two. But number one is resources.
Power and control. That's what it's about.
Yep.
He who has the most toys is the one who wins. Yeah. And not to mention, if you want to talk about like religious ideologies like spreading across the globe, I don't think there's some really, really horrifying shit out there. You can look at the Third Reich, look at like what happened in China, what things happen in Japan, things that happen in India. The Muslims and the Buddhists have their own shit that they went through a lot. So
the Hindus, it was the
Muslims and the Hindus have their own shit that they went through. So, but the westward expansion of the Roman Empire, after they adopted Christianity as the state religion, and the westward expansion to the Germanic tribes, where they got their asses kicked in the Teutoburg Forest, which is one of my favorite stories. So, but those people, millions died, okay, under their expansion.
And don't forget about colonialism.
Under the turn and burn pretty much standard that they had. You will join us, and either you follow us or you go. And then, of course, you've got Eastern colonialism, European colonialism of the,
to where it was forced on
which
others.
not only the indigenous Americans of
everywhere,
North America,
Africa,
South America, but also the
Australia.
Africans and also the Australians. And so all those people suffered at the hands of religious expansion, because our God is telling us how to be. You're a pagan heathen, and you're either going to die or you're going to convert. Just tell that to all the children in the stolen generation in Australia, and all the children who were all the First Nations children who were massacred because they wouldn't convert up in Canada. So,
Or
not
here
to
in the
mention,
United States too.
not to
Here in
mention
United
the
States.
children that were beaten, kidnapped, raped, and murdered at the hands of Catholic missionaries because they were stealing them off reservations and putting them in schools. And when they wouldn't conform, or they wouldn't conform into English society, they got rid of them. So this is all religious.
These women on Discord keep trying to seduce me. It's crazy.
Oh, nice flex, Wise. Nice flex.
No one's flirting with you, brother.
Like, you watch, there'll probably be a woman joining this VC since I'm in here. It's crazy.
I'm not going to hold my breath.
So notice how Smokey's saying he's got nothing but guff, and he can't actually come up here and defend his worldview. There's a reason for that, because he knows that he can't. So
okay, hang on. So Zulfikar doesn't understand what I was saying about the necessary being. So your necessary being is non-existent, Zulfikar, because a necessary being has to exist in all possible worlds, which means that all possible worlds necessarily would entail the necessary being as the foundation. And you're granting a possible world that isn't under the foundation of that God. So I don't even have to go into parsimony. Just there, you've defeated your own position.
If your first mover doesn't have a need, then they don't need to accept it.
It becomes unnecessary for him because he's saying that there's possible worlds.
Well, Z's in a good spot.
Could not be the case. So his God is unnecessary, and at least he could still claim brute factor, infinite regress, but his God can't be a necessary being.
Well, Z's in a good spot though. He's still asking questions, which is a positive. He's
already an atheist, JL.
Well, I say he's an agnostic because he's not claiming to know these things. He is claiming to believe these things. So he's technically a Gnostic theist or an agnostic theist, which is fine.
JL, everyone of sound mind is an atheist.
I know.
Just look at the trees.
So I would say Z's in a good place. Just need to keep asking questions and just start critically examining the things that you have. And of course, read as much as you can. Read voraciously.
Yeah. What's the
Smokey Saint, come up here.
Come on.
Come on, Smokey, bring it on.
Defend your worldview. Demonstrate your God exists, independent of mind and context, without begging the question.
What were you saying, Zulfikar?
Yeah, can you do you have a video where it explains the point you're making? Just so I can watch.
No, I don't. It's very simple though. Necessary in the context of metaphysical grounding, so like a necessary being, what we're talking about.
Yeah.
Exists by its own nature and it's necessary, so it would have to exist in all possible worlds. It can't fail to exist, right?
Yeah.
And it's not contingent on anything else.
And it's not contingent, right? It cannot be otherwise. But when you grant, which means that you can't imagine something otherwise. But if you can imagine a world without the God thing, your God can't be necessary. And you did imagine a world without the God thing. So your God can't be necessary.
Okay, so you're saying that, given that, but it's just that because of the lack of the knowledge, we can't for sure say how it's possible.
It doesn't matter. You said that you were acknowledging that you had visualized or conceptualized a possible world without this God thing.
Yeah, it is possible, yes.
That defeats your necessary being claim. Your necessary being is unnecessary because it could fail to exist. It's contingent.
Yeah, I mean, being honest, yes, it is possible. I used to be dishonest about it, but I have to be where I say no.
So that's a contingent being, Zulfikar. Yeah. So that can't be a necessary being. So you would have to claim brute factor, infinite regress. You'd either have an infinite regress of gods, or you'd have to claim it exists with no explanation for its existence.
Yeah, for me personally, the thing that has got me questioning is the fact that we share the common ancestors with other apes. I saw the evidence for it, and it's pretty strong. I mean, you cannot refute it.
It's overwhelming.
It's overwhelming.
We're absolutely we're absolutely apes. We absolutely came from prior apes. Life formed naturally on Earth, probably through some process of abiogenesis that we've yet to figure out the chemical combination for.
That's actually not true. There's some research into that. There's a guy who actually managed to make abiogenesis occur in a lab.
Oh,
like Miller and Urey. They were
they only formed the essential amino acids, and even then they only did 20. But later,
this would be much more recent. Is this in like the last year, Donnie?
Yeah, I believe that he's took it to the next step at this point and has proved
We have the name?
abiogenesis as a physical process.
We have created protocells. We have created some of the most basic cells that are not nearly as complex.
Yeah, it doesn't exactly prove that it can be done removed a creator per se, because a human made that
Created
happen.
it, right.
But it does prove it as a process.
They're trying to match early Earth conditions, so that doesn't
Yeah,
matter, right?
yeah. I mean, it doesn't
does
prove
matter
it just
because
proves the
if it's
creator
human
portion
making
is
it,
all.
that's
No.
biogenesis.
No.
Then how do you expect them to prove abiogenesis in a lab, DeFreak?
Yeah, well, so hold on. All it
Because
does
it should
is
just
prove
spot
that the
today.
condition- all it does, all it
just
does,
form.
DeFreak. All it
It
does
requires
is prove.
conditions, DeFreak.
All it does is prove the conditions for abiogenesis to occur and that they can exist. It doesn't say anything about a creator.
And now that we have seen life, now that we have life, we know that one, it did occur. We just don't know the exact methodology in which it occurred. So there's lots of different experiments out there. There's several different models. The best one is the RNA hypothesis. Okay, but even then, we're still finding places where it could happen in geothermal pools, also in geothermal vents at the bottom of the ocean where there's no light. We just recently found a bacterial
I
mat.
don't know if what he's saying is true. Do you have a link, Donnie?
Yeah, I'd love to see it too. I want to read the paper.
Let me find it.
Yeah, put it in the internal chat. I'd love to read that paper. It might be something that I've read already about the creation of the protocell.
I mean, don't get me wrong.
I'm not going to lie.
abiogenesis
Biology
is
definitely
supported
not
by
my
overwhelming evidence as well, right?
So it comes
but I
down
don't
to
think
it.
it's
It comes down to it.
allowed.
Abiogenesis. There's no logical or physical contradiction there.
Nope.
It is entirely possible. It's within the fully within the realm of possibility. We just don't know exactly how it happened on this planet, specifically on this planet, because we don't have access to like what the specific states were back then, but we can hypothesize about them, which is why it's a hypothesis, not a theory. But it doesn't mean that we won't solve it. So we possibly could. You know, it just depends upon when. It's akin to trying to put together a giant jigsaw puzzle, and we've solved large sections of it, but we don't know how all the sections fit together yet, and we don't have a box to show us the image, and we don't even know if we have all the pieces on the table. So it's still an
assumption.
It's hard. No.
No, it's not an assumption.
No. It's akin to this. If you're on a road and you think you're heading to New York, but you can't see New York, but you think you're there, and then you pass a sign that says, pointing the arrow in the way you're going, says New York this way. The evidence indicates that this is what it is. We're not fully there for a nuanced, full-on mechanistic explanation yet, but all the evidence is pointing in that direction.
So you just explained the Bible?
No, because the evidence is pointing in that, and how we confirm that the evidence is valid is through a number of other applications of the methodology and predictive models that we can utilize off of that. So no, the Bible itself is one collection of claims that has been repeated ad nauseum through multiple translations over the years. You can't back any of that up.
It's that street sign that points to New York.
No, it's not. No, it's not. No,
evidence
it's
to
not.
support it.
That's a break in your epistemology because you don't hold that to be true for the Egyptian
It's
coffin
the same
text.
thing.
That's a break in your epistemology because you do not hold that to be true for things like the Egyptian coffin text or the Tao Te Ching.
I'm just saying that our assumptions are just as good as yours.
No, they're not, because your assumptions are based upon your faith and they're not based upon your epistemology. I already said there is a break in your epistemology because you do not give that level of credence to the Quran, the Bhagavad Gita, the Vedas, the Tao, or any of the Egyptian texts or any other holy text from around the planet. You only give it to the Bible. You special plead for the Bible, and that shows the break in your epistemology.
Well, I believe the Quran is true too, but all those other religions, all that proves is that it is innate in man to try and
make some sense
of the world.
No, it doesn't. That just means that people are trying to make sense of shit. Okay, and we're prone to pattern seeking and putting values on stuff that we see. Okay, that's what it proves. It doesn't prove that any gods exist. Not to mention, there are independent cultures that have come up on this planet that have no gods in their lexicon. So
Well,
no,
you
it's
named
not a
like
universal. It's not the Paraha people of the Amazon.
Okay, so one.
No,
And
there
everyone
are
else.
many. You said name one. There are others. Come on,
No,
dude.
I said you did name one, and that's all you did.
Right. You asked me to name one. You said name one. The Paraha people. There are others. They're not the only
No, I
ones.
heard you say this the other night, so I said
There are ones in
you could name
Indonesia.
one.
There are ones in Indonesia as well.
That they
There's
don't
some
have,
remote
they don't
tribes
have,
in Indonesia.
They don't have terms for gods in their lexicon. They don't have these concepts. They had to be these concepts had to be introduced to them by white colonizers or white explorers.
Right. Or Native American shamanism, that is basically worship of nature, not of any specific deity or being. So there were cultures there that they did not have any kind of deity or being. All that they had was the natural world around them, which they appealed to. They didn't appeal to a supernatural being. So there's no God concept there either.
And if you're looking at like the historicity of humanity, then the vast majority of gods, in the scope of the entire history of humanity, the vast majority of gods were animal-like. They were anthropomorphized animals. Okay, they weren't like the storm god or shit like this. The vast majority of them are like highly associated with animals because human beings tend to apply values to shit in order to try and like make them conceptualize them and disseminate that information. And what is around us more than just the earth itself? All the animals that we share the planet with, which is why when you look at Native Americans, for the indigenous Americans of North America, the First Nations people, the Mesoamericans, the Aboriginals, the Africans, they all the pagans in the Germanic tribes,
Celtic pagans.
And of course, and the Chinese and the India, that they all weave their animals in the animals around them into their religions because they're all there. All right,
there are things that they can
And
see
he's
and
always
demonstrate.
looking for a meaning and a higher meaning to his individual agency.
That may be, but it doesn't mean that such a thing exists. We're talking about things that can be demonstrated to be true, not what people can be convinced of, or the tendency for humans to make errors in their reasoning in order to apply to like solve things like, oh, what does it all mean? Existential dread. I must find a solution. There is no the solution. Is it? The solution to existential dread is reconcile the fact that you're going to fucking die. It's a psychological issue. It's not a justification for claiming a god exists. Okay?
Well, I'm just saying that man is always going to look for a meaning or a purpose. It's just in us to explore.
We're pattern seeking.
Curious.
Yes. We're pattern seeking because of our evolutionary development and our social and cultural development. We are pattern seeking animals, and we find that in all sorts of ways, and we try to ascribe that pattern seeking to concepts that are non-tangible, things like dying, mortality, things like that. And they try and establish patterns in a way to deal with it in a way that is comforting and makes them feel better and has a function in society.
You think about it. If somebody close to you dies and you have things that you never said to them, or you have unreconciled emotions or whatever. Okay. It's like, oh, I wish I'd said this. I wish I'd said this. What makes you feel better? Having to deal with the fact that you will never get a chance to say those things again, and you're going to have to live with that regret and just try to work to make sure you don't make the same mistake with the next loved one? Or you can sit back on your laurels and be like, oh, well, at least I'll get to see them later in heaven. I'll be able to tell them then. Obviously, I get to sit on my ass and I'll be able to tell them in the future sounds a lot better than having to actually do the hard work and deal with the fact that you fucked up, and you need to make sure that you don't make the same mistake with the next loved one before they die. Okay? Harsh truths are far better than pretty lies. And the reason for that is because if those pretty lies are ever exposed or ever debunked, then all of the progress that was ever predicated upon them is completely undone.
But that's a false assertion.
No, it's not. Because when you build things on a lie, if the lie is ever undermined, then all the progress that was ever made on that lie is also undermined. But when you build progress upon truths, no matter how harsh they are, when you build it on truth, you can't undermine that which is true.
Okay, but that's what you're saying is a false assertion, because the believer wouldn't just sit on his loins. He knows that he's going to be judged after, and so he would take action.
No, a false believer wouldn't even believe that in the first place. I don't believe that.
It's a projection.
Well, that's you projecting your
beliefs
onto others.
I'm just
that's not what a lot of people
assuming that someone that believes is just going to be like, oh, well, I'll see him in the next life. That's not guaranteed, first of all. And second of all, the fact that you know that you're going to be judged based on neglect, let's just say, would prompt that person to actually do something. So it's a false assertion to say that. It's just a
it's not okay. Admittedly, it's not universal, but it is one of the coping mechanisms.
It's bunk.
It's a coping mechanism. Dude.
It's a coping mechanism. Yeah.
And the whole thing about people like, the whole people like, oh, well, now I need to adhere to the tenets of the cult in order to like justify why I'm going to get to see them again. It's like that. That's all just mechanisms of control, and they vary from culture to culture. So
yeah.
Okay, I'm actually going to pass this over to Colorado. So I'm going to let him take over.
Potty break?
No, I got to step away. So.
Oh, okay.
Have fun.
Yep.
Dang.
I still bodied you. So, but I'm just going to pass it to Colorado because
we didn't even start. This was just foreplay.
Well, it's. I mean, there's a lot of assumptions that go along with religion that we don't have any evidence or any proof for. We don't have anything to support them.
Okay, I mean, Rendo, Quanto, Fieldo, Mando is like that too. You know what I mean? Like it's actually a God claim.
What?
The random universal, the
quantum
universal
field.
Random, yeah.
Yeah, but we can actually demonstrate that with physics, with advanced physics, and with quantum mechanics. We can actually show that not only is it possible, but it is probable.
Okay, so how is a quantum field stable enough to expand infinitely?
It just keeps expanding. Quantum fields
just keeps going.
Yeah, and that's part of like reading, like mentioned earlier, Lawrence Krauss's book, A Universe from Nothing, which is a misnomer. I wish he would have titled it differently. Is that there are fundamental quantum fields that cover everything that were there from the very beginning of the expansion of the universe, and that we have, and it's basically, think of it like bubbles in a bathtub, like or soap, a soapy sink. Okay, it keeps huh?
I thought that was
it keeps that's something different. It keeps expanding outward. It is associated with string theory. Okay, and it's called the quantum foam. This is the tiniest, smallest level we can possibly get to is the quantum foam. Okay, this foam keeps expanding. All right, whether that is dark energy or dark matter, we don't know yet, and we're willing to admit that. Okay, but everything, it's like the analogy he made earlier. We're on our way to New York, and we see a sign that says New York, 100 miles or whatever. We have great information that leads us to that is the most likely explanation. That is the one that has the most explanation or the most evidence in favor of this explanation. So we tend to go with the one that has the best information. And that's where we're going. Okay. So this foam, hold on, let me finish. Okay. In this foam, there are what are called quantum particles that pop in and out of existence constantly at an enormous rate, everywhere at all the time. Some of them will pop into existence into our universe and stay there, while others just blink back out of nowhere. Okay. Blink back. And that's where it goes back to something like string theory. Okay, string theory is basically everything is energy, and they're either strings or giant loops, like hula hoops, okay, of energy. And it may be that it's called membrane theory or M theory, and that these little loops of energy can either be quantum or incredibly small, infinitesimally small, okay, the smallest thing possible, or they can be massive. They could be universes, and there may be different ones with different cosmological constants that are right beside each other, but we cannot observe them. Okay, and one of the hypotheses is that these fundamental quantum particles jump between these different quantum universes, these different universes, these different membranes with different cosmological constants, until they find one that it matches their cosmological constant universe.
Pause.
And then it just stays there.
Okay, so you're telling me that a quantum field is stable, yet it has particles popping
No, it's
in
not.
and out.
It's
And
it's
even
not
hold
stable.
on.
Okay. Okay.
Even though it's popping in and out of other fields or other string theory membranes, first of all, you're claiming that it's stable. But if it did have that ability to do that, that would indicate right there that it has intelligence.
No, there's no intelligence involved. There is no need for intelligence. There's no need for intelligence. All there is
So then
need
how is
for
that field staying stable?
are because of the cosmological constants of those quantum particles. Those like I said, okay, quantum
They just
mechanics.
know where to go.
Huh? They just got to.
know where
Well,
to-
no, they jump between all these different membranes until they find one that matches that they are stable in, that they can actually exist in. If they don't exist in it, they pop into it. Oh, no, not stable. They pop out again, and then they pop into another one, and then they pop out of it,
And this is what caused the Big Bang and all of creation as we know it.
actually
As far as you can
there
tell.
is one theory in membrane theory that states that the Big Bang, as you say, or the rapid expansion of the universe, might be two of these membranes, or M theory, these membranes, these giant, big loops of energy that form universes, intersecting with each other and exchanging energy. So that could be the explanation for the singularity, or the initial or the initial state of our universe. Okay, sometimes but when it's created, it can have different cosmological constants than the two that created it. You understand? So that creates a new universe for new quantum particles to pop into and go, hey, I'm happy here. I'm going to stay. And as more and more and more of them come into that universe, it can expand.
Okay, so are the quantum particles creating the quantum the energy, or
quantum?
What is creating the particles, and what is giving it the energy?
They exist from energy. They exist from basically, they're not created. They're always there. They're in some form or another. They might even change quantum states. They might change phase states to where they go from one set of cosmological constants, something changes them, we don't know what, and then they can pop into another universe with different cosmological constants.
All right.
Okay, whether it's a change in the quarks or the muons or the gluons or the Higgs bosons, anything like that, they can change states. So they might be shifting between different membranes constantly, and we don't know how many membranes there may be, how many of these and it's basically been referred to as alternative dimensional theory, to where there's almost infinite alternative dimensions, or the ones that we've come to is there's 12 in quantum mechanics right now. We may find out that there might be more. That one we can actually demonstrate with physics and mathematics.
But
so we know there's 12. We know there's 12. We
God
don't.
couldn't be possibility in one of those 12.
God is unnecessary. There is no need for an intelligence or any type of supernatural force. It just adds another step to the equation that has no defined characteristics.
But as long as we don't know, we can assume, because this is all an assumption.
Well, see,
anyway.
that's making an assumption. If you assume a God, you're making an ass of you and me. Because
right, but the whole quantum thing is an assumption as well. Because
no, it isn't.
Physics, I'm assuming that what we're talking about is actually like particle physics, right?
Yeah, quantum mechanics. It's different between physics. It's different between actual physics. Physics describes how matter acts. Quantum mechanics describes what matter is. There's a difference, and that is why we're looking for the unified theory. The unified theory links those two together in a way that can be shown. Okay, but we have yet to do that. That is one of the biggest pursuits in quantum mechanics and physics at the same time, And right now, we don't have a unified theory. If we were to get a unified theory, then we could possibly use that to show the initial conditions of the Big Bang, the Big Bang, or the rapid expansion of our universe.
Or the colliding random quantum field.
Exactly, yeah, colliding membranes, or a cyclic universe theory, but we don't have it yet. We're still working on it, and it's very complex shit. It really is.
So I hear you. I think it's either, I don't know if it's physics or the mechanics of quantum, but that state of being is not even possible unless you're in a 0 Kelvin environment. Would you agree with that?
Kelvin or Kelvin?
Kelvin, yeah.
Kelvin. Okay. You mean absolute 0?
Absolute 0 temperature, like, right. The point where particles freeze up.
No, they lose all
super hot.
They lose all kinetic energy or motion.
Okay, now wouldn't that be the actual singularity?
Real fast, though.
No.
Cody
Well,
H,
we don't
thank
know.
you for the super chat. Cody asks Colorado. Just curious, how do you understand this?
To answer your question, I've spent the past 3 years. In the wintertime, I work from home. In the summertime, I constantly travel, but in the wintertime, I work from home. And I discovered that several universities, especially MIT has free, they have all of their lectures on a whole ton of stuff available for free. You can watch the lectures. I had to go back and I had to redo. When I first found out, I was like, oh, great, I'm interested in quantum mechanics. Great. And then I watched the first lecture and I'm like, I'm friggin' lost. So I had to go back and take both the physics and then advanced physics courses to catch up, to remember everything that I learned 40 or 30 years ago. And I'm like, okay. And then I had my refreshers. And then just this last winter, I actually watched a bunch. I still got a bunch to go of lectures on quantum mechanics from MIT, Massachusetts Institute of Technology. You can see this for yourself. It's free learning. That's why they put it up. So, and DeFreak, I suggest that, maybe take their introduction to physics course. Or if you're good at physics, then take their introduction to advanced physics. And then once you get that down, go look at quantum mechanics, introduction to quantum mechanics. And then it dives deeper into membrane theory, multi-universe hypotheses, things like that. So different types. But they also have ones on cosmology. They have ones on chemistry. There's a whole bunch.
So zero Kelvin is the point in time, or the place, I guess, maybe even where all matter is
temperature.
Right. Where everything is basically, you could say that is actually what could be the singularity, because everything is in a constant state.
That's just no. It could be, but it's highly doubtful, because at Kelvin 0, okay, all that happens is everything stops moving. There is no more inertial movement. Okay, everything it's basically like turning water into an ice cube. It just stops moving.
And I'm
okay, that's all it is.
Now,
there's no more energy in it, and there's no more ability to do work.
Okay, so I'm just throwing things out here now. So if you have the singularity being zero movement, the coldest absolute 0 or whatever,
then there would be no energy state for it to expand from.
But this is called the shock and
introduction of
point
heat.
of moderation.
Any heat would spark a Big Bang. But
Well,
that's not my point.
Well, okay, I think you're misunderstanding.
Point of moderation.
Big
Let's
Bang.
not do a shotgun fallacy.
Okay.
Where you're just throwing stuff out there and seeing what sticks.
No, I'm just saying it's a possibility. I mean, we're assuming all over the place, right? My assumptions are just as good as yours.
No, it's not, because ours actually has volumes of physics and quantum mechanics behind it, things that we can actually test, retest, okay, have reviewed by others that do the same thing, that come to the same conclusion. And also we can make predictive models from it. And that's where we get things like that's where we get things like membrane theory. Okay, because string theory could lead to membrane theory. Okay, so things can actually make predictions, to whereas the God hypothesis doesn't make any predictions. It just is there. And
So does any of this quantum stuff actually is it compatible with general relativity?
it's no, general relativity is physics. It is not quantum mechanics. Remember, physics deals with how matter acts. Quantum mechanics is what matter is.
Okay, so matter isn't affected by gravity.
No, matter is affected by gravity, and that is physics. Temperature, energy, temperature is energy. Energy is temperature. Okay, that is physics.
Okay, and
not
so,
quantum mechanics.
So two random membrane fields of quantum, energy, manifested on each other.
It would be fields of energy, or quantum membrane.
That caused the Big Bang, as opposed to 0 Kelvin and a spark of heat, any little bit of heat that would have sparked that.
Well, everything would have to be condensed down to a point of just nothing, of infinitesimally small, with zero energy in it. What we know is that our universe arose from the best model that we have now says that the initial expansion of the universe came from an almost infinitely dense point of energy. Okay, so energy at 0 Kelvin, you lose all energy. You lose all momentum and all potential momentum. Okay,
right,
third law of thermodynamics even reasserts this as well. Okay, that a zircon crystal at absolute 0 or Kelvin loses all entropy. So it's a violation. That would be a violation of the third law of thermodynamics.
Well, wait a second, but 0 Kelvin is part of physics.
0 Kelvin is an energy state or a heat state. That's physics, okay. Yes.
But I don't know how you can say it violates the third law of thermodynamics if it's part of physics, because
thermodynamics is physics.
Right there.
Thermodynamics is physics,
right?
Not quantum mechanics.
Okay, so
imagine this. Okay, let's go with string theory. Okay, that's the one I was most recently on. Okay, so let's start with a molecule. What makes up a molecule?
A couple of molecular bonds or atomic bonds.
Of what?
Of particles, atoms.
No, I'm asking what are atoms?
Those are particles that make up the physical universe.
Okay, what makes up those particles?
Well, I think basically the way we describe it is like energy fields.
Right. That is okay. Now you're getting close. Okay, quantum mechanics string theory states that the nuclei, electrons, neutrons, positrons, all of those are just little bundles of strings, like little bits of string, okay, that are pulled together by gravity, okay, by a weak electron force, strong nuclear force, gravity, all those, they pull that matter they pull those bundles of energy together, okay, to form the nucleus or the electron or the proton or the neutron. So these little tiny springs
by gravity.
Huh?
Are quantum fields affected by gravity?
Well, that's where we're looking for quantum gravity, how they do that. But energy can be affected by gravity. Okay. Right. You can you can use a really strong magnet and pull an electrical charge in a different direction.
Yeah. And we see black holes.
Same thing. Okay. So it's pulling all these little quantum strings together into these little bundles that make up nucleus, electron, proton, neutron. Okay. They make that up. Okay. And so that's what makes it up. Okay. And then those are open-ended strings. That's where they like just a little string that has an end on each end. Okay. It's a certain wavelength of energy. Okay. And that wavelength corresponds to our cosmological constant. Okay. To all the cosmological constants. They fit in our universe just quite nicely. They all hum and vibrate together in harmony. Okay.
But if it created the universe, why would it be kind of like have to adhere to the rules of this already,
Because without
inherent
adhering to that frequency, they cannot stay here. They're too unstable and they pop out. That is those are the quantum particles. Those are the little tiny particles that pop in and out of existence all the time and may move from one state to the other. It's a phase change. It's a phase change.
Okay, and you're saying that that's stable enough to actually create a universe which actually does have gravity and heat, which could cause solar system formation, and then eventually an Earth, and then biogenesis, and then
the initial state of our universe, okay, started at the Planck time. Okay, I think it's 5.43 or something times 10 to the negative 44th seconds. I mean, we're that close.
That's older than the Big Bang, though.
No. Negative 44th seconds time. Okay, we can get it down to, I think it's a femtosecond. It might even be bigger than that. So we can trace it all the way back down to what's called, I guess you would say, we'll just say for argument, a femtosecond. Okay, a quadrillionth billionth of a second. We get it down to that close. And at that point, the singularity began to expand. Initially, it was nothing more than energy. Okay, which is, we know as heat or light. Okay, well, light's a bad example, but it's just heat. It's energy. And then energy started to spread out, and it spread out at a massive rate, or at a big rate. Okay, and it got exponentially bigger and bigger and bigger and bigger. Okay, until eventually all of that energy started to get pulled together. Remember, this energy can be represented in string theory as these little vibrating strings of energy. Okay.
So you have strings within the string of the membranes that it created?
Well, no, it just starts off as the strings is part of the quantum foam, is part of the quantum field. That quantum field contains all the strings. Okay, so that expands out. And as it does so, it also creates space between the strings. Before, the strings were packed together in an almost infinitely dense spot. But suddenly it starts to expand. And when it expands, it gets to be space between the strings. That is space. Okay, which causes the quantum foam or the quantum field to expand. It gets to a point to where it expands more, and as things expand, they cool. As they start to cool down more, gravity starts to take effect and starts pulling all of these little bundles of energy together and starts forming the very first matter, hydrogen.
Well, wait a second. There's a problem there, because we were talking earlier and you said that mass causes gravity, or is the cause of gravity. And now you're saying that temperature
mass
is affecting gravity.
Mass is affected by gravity. Mass is affected by gravity.
It's not the cause of it, though.
Huh?
Earlier you said
gravity is one of the fundamental forces of our universe.
Uh-huh.
It's a cosmological constant. It's a constant state. Okay? So it was there. It was part it was part of our it's just part of the way our universe is put together.
Okay, so mass causes gravity. Constant. But you're saying that the coolness,
as it started to expand
cools, that gravity, it affects the gravity, gravity affects that expansion.
Gravity affects the energy. The energy starts to pull together and form matter. The first matter is hydrogen. Okay, one of the simplest forms of energy matter, the simplest form of energy,
and the most abundant,
combined together to form matter. Hydrogen was the first matter.
Yeah.
Okay. And then eventually it started to form more hydrogen, and then helium and deuterium. Okay. And tritium. Okay. As these things bump into each other and then suddenly go, hey, I like you. And they hang out together. Okay.
The Colorado
and then we get hydrogen that forms into clouds of hydrogen drawn together by gravity, and that forms suns. Okay, because as gravity affects mass attracting mass, even one molecule will be attracted to another molecule in
You
space.
just said that gravity is what brings them in when it starts to cool, not when it starts to heat up.
No, well, wait. Okay. What happens is as this matter gets closer and closer and closer, okay, it starts to form heat. The interaction of gravity and the matter with the other matter. As they get closer, okay, they're more attracted to each other and they become
Because of
more
the mass.
energetic. And they become more energetic. And the more they form, the closer they get together, the more and more potential energy they have. And then it becomes the more actual energy they have. Okay. Until it gets to a point to the hydrogen forms into a big ball. And that big ball gets so big and so dense and so heavy that it forms a sun. Then the sun starts squishing him together. Okay. Like our sun does. Right. And then
we got a super chat. Colorado Biker, you just got muted for 2 minutes. I'll bring you back in 2 minutes. Timer starting now. Thank you so much for the super chat, Jaziel. That's greatly appreciated. I'm sure Colorado Biker's not happy.
So I just want to say that I'm following you, CB, but there's also there are some like little inconvenient little contradictions there that I guess you could explain it away, but it's like you said, it seems to be very complicated. And for me to win this argument and win this bloodbath is all I have to do now at this point is just say, Chum's razor, mic drop.
That's not exactly how it works. We just gotta wait out this mute. But yeah, that's not exactly how it works.
But also, when he's saying that these quantum fields, the kaleidoscope quantum fields, or this whatever, it is claiming that those are stable in any way, shape, or form when they're moving around, going wherever, without intelligence, just popping in and out and just being in the right space at the right time at the right, everything. I mean, that's the opposite definition of stable, and there's no way something that is unstable can form and sustain anything that got us to life and to human beings whatsoever. So you see, there's a lot of questions, a lot of assumptions. There's a lot of, data, whatever, facts, whatever. Like your assumptions, your speculations, they're just as
welcome
bad
back,
as ours.
Colorado Biker.
Hello. You're muted, buddy.
Oh, he's unmuted.
I'm here. Yeah, no,
Okay.
I muted myself. I can hold back. And don't worry. I know you said I'm sorry for muting me. Don't be. You gave tacos money, so I'm happy with that. So anyway, all of these steps that I'm saying, most of them, if not almost all of them, can be demonstrated with physics, mathematics, okay, predictions, and all that. I am giving you the layman's version, the basic version that would probably be the easiest to understand. Okay. So, and that's what I was saying about cosmological constants, to where you said these elements, these things are not stable, these quantum particles. These quantum particles have to match our cosmological constants to remain in our universe. If they do not have the same ones. Yes.
But just the fact that you're saying cosmological constants means that there's already a fabric there that it has to conform to, if you actually think about it.
Yeah, it's different things that make cosmological constants. There's different fundamental forces that make up our universe.
And that's a whole nother thing right there that they probably haven't even delved into yet, or is not.
Oh no, there's a list of them. If you actually just do a Google search for cosmological constant list, they will give you a whole list of different types of constants that are necessary in our universe for matter to exist.
All right, seems like
it started with Einstein, and he was the first. Well, Niels Bohr as well. A lot of the very early physicists. Okay, there are field equations. There's vacuum energy. Okay, there's all sorts of different ones that actually show it. But this is advanced physics, so this is something that you actually really need to see, and you actually really have to study. I'm still studying it. To be honest, I don't understand all of it either. Nobody does. If someone says they understand quantum mechanics, they're full of shit. Because even the best physicists.
Did you say you were going to make butt sex to Doug Justin from Deconstruction Zone?
Who, me?
You mean like I'm gonna him?
Oh, that. Oh.
Is that what you mean?
Sorry, I was.
Taco, you don't know the lore? You don't know the lore?
I don't know, man. I'm pretty sure I like the guy had
you don't know how
like
embarrassed
say
himself
the safe word. Like he had to say the safe word multiple times. He called out pineapple multiple times in my.
Is that what you said on his stream though? Did you say you were going to do butt sex to him?
Pineapple.
He hardly said anything, and then he got kicked out into the back room.
That's pretty gay, Bernard.
And he was freaking out against the other guests.
Okay.
Are you talking to me?
No. That was something Taco played.
Okay.
I was just goofing around by saying pineapple. Anyway,
right.
there's a lot more to this. I'm giving you the Cliff Notes version.
I understand that, but
right.
But
and there
seems
is
to
no
me-
necessity for a god to make any of this happen.
Well, no, because you just keep stringing along and string theorying along and stringing a hamster wheeling or whatever. But why can't I just win this argument by simply saying Occam's razor? Because that's what you guys do.
Occam's razor. What?
Occam's razor would be God.
No.
In this context.
What is
In this
Occam's razor?
context.
What is Occam's razor?
It's the simplest explanation is the most probable explanation, or something
The
like
one
that.
that makes the least assumptions or
There you go.
complicates the argument more.
So with all those string theories of quantum fields and all those particles popping in and out in a stable, unstable, whatever, and the temperature is affected by the gravity is affected by the mass, but the mass is created by the mass. I mean, the gravity is created
Gravity
So
affects
all I have
mass.
to do is pull out of his or whatever's razor, and I, in theory, win.
No, because
Bloodbath,
adding the god to it adds
war.
another thing that is unnecessary and complicates it even more. So Occam's razor
that?
would actually not work in your
We
favor.
actually have the Bible. We actually have Scripture. Jesus Christ actually manifested and walked on the earth.
We have a book. We have a bunch of books. We have the Bhagavad Gita. We have the
Christ.
Quran. We have
Right.
the writings of Tao Te Ching. We have a whole bunch of different ones. There's no way to actually show any of it is true. Whereas with quantum mechanics and physics, we can actually show
You
the
have an
formulas.
equation.
We can make and we can show that they are valid. There are such things in mathematics called proof. You can
Right.
actually prove something in mathematics. You can't even do
You can
that in
formulate an
other
equation about
in
something
other
that isn't
sciences.
there,
Huh?
right? You can formulate an equation. That's what an equation actually is. It's formulating an unknown usually.
Yeah,
That's
and
what
then
you're
it
trying
can
to figure out.
then it can be tested and it can be proven. You cannot do that with a god. You cannot give us a definitive proof for any kind of deity because it's an
Jesus Christ was here.
unfalsifiable concept. It can either be
Right.
proven true or it cannot be proven false.
Okay, so when Jesus went into the temple and basically declared that
It's a good story.
there is a God,
It's a story.
that's more evidence than
No,
an
that's a
equation.
story. That's a story in a
It's more
book.
down to earth. It's more realistic. It's more Occam's razor than an equation
No.
that's unsolved, and then it keeps getting bigger. It keeps- it's
You're
moving along.
you're misunderstanding.
No.
That's a story in a book. Okay, it would be like me saying that the Great Green Arkle Seizure created the entire universe
Yeah, but
because
you
the
have an
hitchhikers
equation
came to the
and
galaxy.
devoid
said
of
so.
empty space. It's the same thing. All I'm saying
No,
is that
it's
our
not. We
assumptions
can
are just
actually
as bad as
show.
yours.
We can actually demonstrate space. We can demonstrate energy. We can demonstrate temperature. We can demonstrate all of these things We found the Higgs boson particle, which is a fundamental particle in our universe. It's a subatomic particle. Quarks, muons, gluons, bosons, all of these things. We have
more strings.
No, they're not strings. These are fundamental particles that may be made up of those strings.
God is a lot more practical, a lot more.
No, it's a simpler explanation. It's not. It's not a robust one.
It's razor. That's you guys.
No,
That's
it's an explanation that actually doesn't ask any further questions. It's a dismissal.
So you guys have been disingenuous the whole time whenever you pull that out of your rear.
Can I explain Occam's razor for you?
Yeah, please explain it for him.
Okay, so Occam's razor says that we need to make as few assumptions as possible. That doesn't mean simpler. He's talking about physically observable facts that can be looked at and pointed to and say exist. There are no assumptions with that.
Adding the assumption of a god, makes your model more complex and more difficult.
Why? God would have the power to just do whatever he wants, including instantly forming anything.
Okay, by what mechanism? How does it do it?
He has the power to do it.
What is that power? What is that power? How does it work?
Call it magic, I guess. I don't know. He's God. He can. It's just like when a potter goes to create a plate or whatever they make, a vase, right? They make it.
However, but they make it out of something and they use a methodology to do it. What is the methodology? Yeah. See, that's something that the God claim cannot back up. How does it do it? How does it do it?
He says be, and
that's
basically.
That's just a story in a book.
I can make the same. That's the answer that I can give you.
I can make and that is an insufficient answer because it has no explanatory power and cannot make any further predictions.
Well, maybe it's because it's more complicated than quantum rando fieldo manifesto particle unstableio, but is stable enough to form gravity and particles and.
But all of that we can demonstrate. All of that we.
By the way, none of that is compatible with general relativity. By the way.
Well, yeah, general relativity is physics, not quantum mechanics. You're
still
conflating the two. You're still conflating the two.
Matter isn't subject to physics, even though it
is. Matter is subject to physics. Physics defines how matter acts.
Okay.
All right.
Quantum mechanics defines what matter
You got an
is.
interruption from Skeptics and Scoundrels. $5. There is no larger assumption than a deity, supernatural, disembodied mind, omni traits, unfalsifiable, hates fig trees, also mute to freak for 5. So I'm starting the timer now. All right, Colorado, you're in control.
Oh no!
5 minutes. And thank you so much, Skeptics and Scoundrels.
Yes, thank you, Skeptics. And I hope I've given a pretty good explanation to what we see and the differentiation between quantum mechanics and actual physics. That's why I said we're still looking for the grand unifying theory to combine the two to where one explains the other and vice versa. We've been working on that and we're still working on it. Okay. And we have the intellectual honesty to say we don't know. We don't know yet, but we're working on it. Whereas you invoke some sort of supernatural deity or something like that, then you're just waving it away saying, well, I don't know. Therefore, it's an argument from incredulity. It's I don't have enough knowledge, so therefore God. That is the argument from incredulity. Okay, I don't know, therefore X is true. And that does not work. That does not work. It's a logical fallacy. It does not work in logic. So that's where you're failing it. Okay. All of the other stuff that we have can explain it. Okay.
All right. We got some madness occurring now. The chaos.
Thanks, Josiel.
So I have muted Colorado for 2 minutes. So Josiel, thank you so much for the super chat. So my opinion on this debate, while we're waiting for the mute timers to wear out, is that the freak is
basically saying, I don't know how this stuff works, and so God is true.
He's conflating simple with true.
And I don't think he understands parsimony. Because what people mean by trimming the fat with Occam's razor is removing the bloated ontology, right? And so if you both claim the physical world, which you will both have to, it's objectively real. But if you both claim the physical world, a bloated ontology is going to be adding on additional assumptions. So breaks in space-time like miracles, a God claim, alternative, untestable, unprovable, unverified, seemingly made up ontologies like supernatural or that type of thing. That's what you trim with Occam's razor. All right, Colorado, your timer is up here in just a few seconds. All right. Welcome back, Colorado.
Thank you. Okay. This is common with a lot of people with theological positions, that they do not understand the basics of physics or chemistry or philosophy. And they try and shoehorn in their position, and it just complicates things needlessly. So it's better. I live in a naturalistic world. I see that. Okay. I do not see any evidence for the supernatural. All I see around me is natural. Physics, chemistry, matter, energy. We see that. Okay. We can demonstrate it. And that was the point. I forgot who it was who did it earlier. We can demonstrate it. And that's the difference. We cannot demonstrate a God. We cannot demonstrate the methodology or the means of how a God would create anything, let alone a universe, or even the simplest bit of matter, a hydrogen molecule. We cannot. It's an appeal it's an emotional appeal, and it's also a social appeal, because most people have been indoctrinated and led to this system of belief without critical examination and without any way to demonstrate it either. Whereas with chemistry and physics and quantum mechanics, we can demonstrate it. We can show it.
The Freak, you have returned.
Yeah.
Also, so are either of you conceding yet?
No.
Okay.
So
okay.
Taco, you said that basically I'm saying that we don't know, so therefore God. Really, what I'm saying is your BS is just as good as our BS. That's all I'm really saying.
So I'm not engaging in the debate. This is a bloodbath. But
Yeah,
I was pointing out what I saw. I was providing some input while y'all were both muted, and I did not say that. What I said was that you're saying that you don't know something, so God. But that doesn't matter, because I also provided other substance as well.
And Tacos just didn't want dead air. Dead air is really bad for a debate. Something like that.
Robert says that's a concession to Freak.
Yeah, but
your BS is just as bad.
You inserted that into the debate, so that
you know your side is
inserted that into the debate. So my TKO
is Robert's saying on Twitch.
Insert.
My only Twitch viewer is commenting. Hang on, Robert
Your
says,
only Twitch.
Your BS is just as bad as our BS. It's just a concession that you know your side is bad and you don't understand the opposition.
That's fair.
Well, my TKO in this case would be negated by Taco's insertion of what he was quote unquote seeing in the debate. So I'm still live.
Okay, but you're still floundering. You're still, I mean, the best question that I could ask is, can you demonstrate supernatural force?
No, I'm not God.
Right. So therefore,
but you could say that gravity is something like that because we can't. It's not a physical force, I guess you could say, that we can grab a hold of or can fully explain.
Yes,
so
we
it
have
is.
fully explained it. We have done that. Leophilus did that earlier. You can do this. You're arguing from incredulity. You don't understand it, so you're inserting God.
Well, no,
Okay.
because the way that you described the gravity when we were talking about all that quantum stuff, it just doesn't add up with what you're saying that we know about gravity. So now you're moving the gravity goalpost.
No, you're not understanding. You're not understanding it is the issue.
Just because yeah, I could go to the MIT website
Yeah,
too, or
do
whatever.
it.
I think
Go.
that MIT is. I mean, they actually did invent the internet, right? So
no, they did not.
Well, that's who. That it's a backbone of the internet, and they developed a lot.
Well, they developed some of it
internet,
afterwards.
right?
It was actually invented at Los Alamos National Laboratory.
Yeah, you're right.
And that's where it was invented, and it was done as a means to relay information between research laboratories that were researching things like physics and quantum mechanics and chemistry, things that we can demonstrate and prove.
And a fiber backbone of the internet literally goes through MIT. So
yeah, and
I know how
right, and they've developed right, and they have developed, and they also are one of the leading sources for good information that is demonstrable and provable. Okay,
Yeah.
well, demonstrable in physics, in the natural world, and also in theoretical physics, and also theoretical chemistry. Even
I agree.
There's theoretical, so we have evidence for my position. Okay, we have things that we can point to and demonstrate and show and make novel predictions, new predictions.
Okay, like
that
what
you cannot do. Give me a prediction that you can give me that a god can predict.
I can, but I asked you first.
You okay? What did you ask? Sorry, go ahead.
Give a prediction for what quantum physics or mechanics can give us.
It gave us string theory. It gave us membrane theory. Because
those
it
are all
let
theories.
us.
Those are not. You can't predict where a membrane is going to pop up and form and do whatever.
We can show it both with physics, quantum mechanics calculations, and mathematics, and those are things that work.
Okay, so demonstrate to me a supernatural force that can do those things, and make a prediction or whatever.
Natural force.
All your prediction is doing is predicting other supernatural.
No, it's not supernatural. It's natural. No, it's not supernatural. It's natural. That's the distinction. These are natural things that we see and can demonstrate and point to.
You can see a quantum something.
We can see the effects of it. Yes.
So manifest a natural quantum prediction for me.
Well, I'm not a theoretical physicist. I'm still studying it. So, but there have been numerous theories, or hypotheses, I should say. There are numerous hypotheses that all point in the direction of quantum mechanics, quantum fields, things like that. They all point in the same direction. Whereas
Pause.
Okay.
Hey, Tacos, we need a pigeon reading of Isaiah 66:8.
On it.
So I'm bringing you a prediction.
66:8.
Okay, yes. I can give you a great example.
Nobody hear about that kind thing before time. Nobody see that kind stuff before time. No can born one whole country in one day. No can make one people in 1 minute. But the Jerusalem people on top Mount Zion, they like one wahine when her baby's ready for come. and she born them real fast.
Predicted, and what do you call it? I don't even know. I forget what I was going to say. But anyway, it was predicted and it was manifested. So your turn.
Well, okay. My turn is that let's go with physics. Okay. Albert Einstein, he predicted that there will be waves of gravity, gravitational waves moving through the universe. And this may be a way that the universe is expanding. He predicted them. Then we produced LIGO. Okay. We made a scientific experiment, and it uses 2 lasers, okay, to measure the time that it takes a laser to go down 1 kilometer one way and 1 kilometer another way and bounce back. Now, if there was a gravitational wave, there would be a disturbance in those lasers because the gravity would affect the photon, the energy. Okay. They built 2 of them. Okay. I've actually been to one. It's just north of New Orleans in Louisiana. Okay. They got 1 day a month that I think 1 or 2 days a month you can visit. And I actually was able to make it there one day. They found gravitational waves. They predicted it, and it was discovered and found and confirmed. And that was within the first, I think, month of it being turned on. And since then, they've found it in other ways. They found it again and again and again. So we're seeing a pattern of gravitational waves, which is confirming a prediction made by a physicist.
That's definitely false, because what you're describing are magnetic waves, which are electrically
Look up
produced
LIGO. No, it's not magnetism. Magnetism is different. Look up LIGO. Large Interferometer Gravitational Observatory. It exists. It's there. Okay. We also predicted the Higgs boson particle, and then CERN used a super collider to spin matter around at almost the speed of light, and collided particles together. And what resulted from that collision, as the particles broke apart, it reveals the fundamental particles components. That's where we get the muon, the gluon, the quark, top quark, bottom quark. Okay, that's where we get all this stuff that we know makes up that matter. It's like smashing 2 golf balls into each other so fast that they break apart, and all this, and everything just shatters and scatters. Okay,
What do those subatomic particles have to do with gravity now?
They're held together by gravity.
And besides that, the Higgs boson wasn't actually found. It was a measurement that they were expecting to go one way or the other, and it actually went right down the middle, which gave them a nothing burger.
No, it didn't give it a nothing burger. It confirmed the existence of the Higgs boson particle. Okay, they had made there were different models. Hold on, there were different hypotheses of what the Higgs boson would be, what its measurements would be. Right. They were off. That's all it was.
Exactly, gave them a nothing burger is what it did.
No, they were off.
They want to add more power to it.
Right, and then when they did discover it, they found that it had different fundamental characteristics that they did not expect, but they did it again and again and again. And guess what? It was consistent every damn time. Okay.
Time out. Now, we've collided particles before, and we've learned about like neutron. So
Fermi. It was done in Fermi lab. Just
particles. Wait a second. How is colliding particles, and you get more, even more subatomic string theory, stringing you along particles, equating a physical attribute to gravity, besides the effect of gravity?
It's putting enough energy into it to break the strong nuclear force, weak nuclear force, and gravity that holds these things together. It's adding so much energy, like I said, it makes them break apart. Like I said, it's like hitting 2 golf balls together so fast that they shatter and break down into their basic components.
Okay, but you have like Scientific Journal or whatever coming out and saying that gravity is like the weakest force in the universe.
No, it's a weak gravitational force. Okay, there's weak gravitational force and there's strong gravitational force, depending on which one. Strong would be a black hole.
and obviously it must be holding the subatomic particles together or something.
Right.
Because
But also you have the weak nuclear force, strong nuclear force. You've got top quarks, bottom quarks. You've got all sorts of different things. This is where you haven't been educated enough, or you haven't educated yourself
I'm
enough
talking about
to
the stuff.
understand it.
I mean, I think I understand enough to actually, talk about the stuff. Okay. So trying to equate me with having like no knowledge, it's just bunk,
Well, no. You have it's not. You have a layman's understanding, and that's fine. That's fine. This takes years of study. This takes a lot of studying and learning to understand things at a deeper level and understanding the complexity of them. Okay.
Okay.
Like
So
one of
why
my
do you
favorite places to go.
assume that I don't study and I don't learn and I don't watch?
No,
and I
no,
don't
no. I'm not saying that you don't. I'm saying that you have not done enough on this one topic. It's all been proven. It's all been shown
been
to be
proven.
demonstrated.
It's all been
been
theoretical,
demonstrated.
and it's proven nothing. It's produced nothing. The Higgs boson
Boson.
produced exactly a nothing burger. And
Okay, yeah, you're
and how
free to
do
believe that.
more fragmented subatomic particles prove gravity in the wherewithal whatsoever? It's just showing more particle dust.
Okay, you're still not understanding. You're still it's like I said, it is a very complex topic, and it takes a lot of understanding. Like I said, even I don't know it all. I'm still learning,
Okay, so
and there's also competing models. That's where science works to our advantage, is because science and like physics or chemistry, okay,
yeah, I
or
love
quantum
science.
mechanics, they're sciences, okay. They're only a theory is not something that is set in stone. Okay. A theory is the best working model of the evidence that we have at the moment. It is always up for revision. It is always up for being disproven. It must be falsifiable
Okay,
to be considered science. If it is not falsifiable, then it is not considered science. And that's what a god is. That's what a deity is. They are unfalsifiable. You cannot prove them wrong. You cannot prove them right. That is why I like to go with science, because science has better explanatory power.
But
Skeptics and Scoundrels, thank you so much for the super chat. That's greatly appreciated.
That's a funny one. I like that, Scoundrel.
He
That's
says
good.
learning science in order to prove a god is like driving a car with a toilet chained to it.
Well, I was always a science guy before I found God, so I was always into this stuff.
Interesting.
I wasn't raised in the church or anything like that. So indoctrination is not part of my curriculum or whatever. I was always a science guy.
Okay, well then why abandon it for an unfalsifiable concept?
I don't abandon it. I love it.
Okay, then learn more of it, and then you'll have a better understanding of my position, and also of the position that adding a god to this, it's like inserting a new symbol to a physics or chemistry formula that you don't need.
Yeah, but that's all.
It just complicates it even more. That's the Occam's razor.
But that seems to be what the string theory is stringing. Theory
No,
along.
it's not. It's not. It's a hypothesis.
All right, let me ask
string
you this,
hypothesis. I misspoke. I should have said hypothesis.
What's the name of that place in Louisiana again?
LIGO, LIGO, Large Interferometer Gravitational Observatory.
Cool. Yeah, I'm gonna look that up.
Look that up. It's really cool idea, man. It worked.
Okay.
And it's worked again and again and again. Yeah, look up LIGO. I've been there.
But now, in contrast to everything that you say and everything, I just provided you with Isaiah 66:8, and it actually was a prediction, and it actually happened, and it's actually provable. It's a novel and noble, or whatever however you guys describe it. So
it's a story in a book.
A real thing that actually did happen, was predicted, and you have a bunch of hypothetical theories.
So was Nostradamus correct? He wrote stuff down in a book that predicted stuff. Was he correct?
I'm not sure.
So just because it's written in a book, especially a really old book, okay, that was before we had greater understanding of the world around us, that I'm more likely to go with an explanation rather than just a story, an allegory, a homily, things that you find in things like the Quran, the Bhagavad Gita, the Bible, all these other books. They all have similar stories. They have similar morals. They have similar edicts. They have dogmas, but it just complicates the matter. If you take this and you use Hinduism you could use Hinduism to make the same appeal. Okay.
Yeah.
Brahma did it. Well, that's still just adding another piece to the equation that is unnecessary for the equation to work.
But it goes to prove actually what Robin asked me earlier about how come God didn't just, make it known. And the fact that we have all these, I guess you could say competing religions, trying to find that higher meaning or make it known is proof that he's trying to make it all known.
Well, see, that was one of the things that JL was trying to say, is that all of this stuff is done as a way to psychologically reinforce or to give us some aid or comfort, okay, for uncertainty. That's really what religion does. Religion doesn't answer anything scientific. It can't. It's impossible that it can do that. What it can do is provide a psychological mechanism for dealing with whatever's troubling you. Most people, it's our own mortality.
Okay, so how is religion not part of evolution then?
There is no evolution, or there's no religion necessary for evolution to function.
So if they don't have religion,
what is your definition of evolution?
That would be evolution would be like the what would it be? Shit. The advancement.
The poll has
advancement. Go ahead.
The poll has reached almost how many people as we have watching. Do we have any concessions yet? Because we have an audience, a clear audience winner already.
Nope, no concession here.
All right.
I forgot what we were talking about.
Evolution.
Yeah. So evolution, I guess, is a life's ability to adapt to its environment.
No, that's only one small component in it. Okay, that's what's called a selection pressure. Okay, that's basically only one tiny part of it. Okay, the best definition of evolution that I can give you, it's biological evolution. It's the modern synthesis of biological evolution is what it's called. It's not Darwinism. Okay, Darwin was wrong on some things. Okay, but we have since corrected those errors and formed a better formula, a better model. Okay, and it's changes in allele frequencies in a population over time. That is evolution. Do you know what an allele is?
I've actually never heard that term.
Okay, an allele is an expression of genetic code. Okay, it may change the morphology of the animal, how the animal looks or acts.
Wait,
okay,
genome?
Genome, yeah. Genetics.
Okay.
Yeah. Okay. An allele is a section of genes that may deal with the animal's behavior, or it may deal with the animal's body plan or morphology. Okay. And the changes in those things determine in a population, not just one individual, but hundreds or thousands or millions of individuals, okay, over an extended period of time. And we have both demonstrated it, we have both seen it and demonstrated it in both the laboratory, and we've seen it and demonstrated it in the natural environment, in vitro and in vivo.
Okay, so how can you say that part of mankind's evolution and cope mechanism wasn't religion?
No, that's sociology. That's not biological evolution.
But you just said that there's an allele or whatever that regulates some sort, somehow it regulates that kind of function or whatever. So why couldn't religion be part of that and actually be justified by evolution at this point?
Well, evolution it's okay. I was talking about biological evolution. What you're talking about is sociology and sociological evolution. Okay, or
Okay,
sociological
what is that
change.
allele?
Sociological
what is that allele
change.
you're describing? What is that one effect, or whatever you said it was?
It affects all sorts of stuff.
Okay. So it could actually be true that religion or that drive to want to know higher meaning or purpose is an evolutionary.
That's a behavioral characteristic, and let me explain it to you this way. Okay, as human beings or other animals have evolved, have their genes have changed, and over time, okay, our genetic structure gave us a pattern-seeking recognition, okay, which contributed to us certain individuals or groups of individuals having better skills to survive their environment, what surrounded them, okay, which means that they were more likely to reproduce. That pattern seeking is like hearing some bushes rustling over in the distance. Well, we see that pattern. Now, we can either think that that's a tiger that's going to eat us, or it's just the wind. So we look for these patterns. And the better we are at recognizing these patterns, the better ability we have to survive and reproduce.
Okay. Do you think
so?
that,
Hold on, religion is a social one. Okay, and that goes back to tribalism and working together as a group, so that everyone has a better chance of working together for mutual benefit, for prolonged survival and reproduction. Okay, and religion can play part of that.
Right.
Okay, so you're not wrong, but that's a sociological aspect, not a biological. It's part of the biological aspect, but our ascribing a supernatural to it is something that is unique. That's all it is. It's just unique. It doesn't prove it. It doesn't prove
I like
it.
the way you said that. Actually, I could get on board with that.
Mhm.
But I want to ask you: do you believe in the neutral mutation hypothesis, whatever, as we
What?
have been told?
What?
How genetics evolves and advances and is able to
changes,
right?
yeah.
Neutral mutation or random mutation, or
Well, it can be random. Most mutations are actually do nothing. Most mutations do absolutely nothing. Some do have a change either to morphology, okay, or their body plan. That's the big one, okay, and that has to speak to their ability to survive in their environment. That's a selection pressure, okay. So that selection pressure, if say you take a Chihuahua and dump it into the Arctic, it's not going to live very long, okay? But if it reproduces and then the next generation has thicker fur, which gives it a better ability to survive its environment, it has a better chance of reproducing. Okay, but it would take numerous generations for that to happen. That's a population over time. Okay, the same thing can be said for cultures, okay, sociological change. Okay, it started off with tribalism. We still have tribalism today. Look at politics. Okay, religion is tribalism as well. That's why we have so many different religions, is because it's based in social change in order to survive the best and the longest, to be able to reproduce, to perpetuate the species.
Okay, so going back a little bit, the pattern-seeking RNA or DNA material, isn't that also just an indication of design and intelligence?
No, because it has to do with reproduction. It has to do with the ability to survive long enough to reproduce. Pattern seeking can be something as simple as finding food. Okay, if I eat this, I keep eating this, I do good. If I eat this, I do bad. Okay, or it'll kill my ass, or I'll end up hallucinating and tripping balls.
Yeah, tripping balls.
Yeah, well,
So,
whatever it is, but that pattern seeking, it just doesn't relate to social change. It also relates to an organism's ability to survive to the point of reproduction.
okay, but you maybe not directly, but maybe I'm assuming, but the pattern seeking even is done at the molecular DNA
No,
or
no,
even DNA
no,
level
no,
by the
no,
formation of the brain and everything else.
no, no. Well, it does affect the morphology of the brain. Okay, it does that. Some of it can be ascribed to what's called instinct. Okay, certain animals have certain instinct, and that can be, some of them can be traced back to genetics because there's a certain behavior that is basically coded in there to where this animal is going to work this way because the brain formed in a certain way because of the genetic code.
Okay, now if we're gonna say that it's either, let's just say random is like a 0.1, part of the chance, or neutral mutation is what's causing the genetic evolution of biology over time.
Neutral has no effect. That's what neutral means. A neutral mutation, it might just be placeholder DNA between sections of DNA that tell it to produce a certain type of protein. There's placeholder DNA, and all that does is just like putting a spacer or a washer somewhere in there, to give it enough room from one spot to another. Okay,
That makes
so they don't overlap. So they don't
sense.
overlap, huh?
It actually makes zero sense, because if you're trying to add more fur and actually evolve to be able to survive better, that has to be an intentional.
There is no intent.
Mutation. It can't just be random or neutral.
No, it is random. It is random or neutral.
Just neutral mutation is intending to grow you more fur, and just happens to get lucky that it grew you more fur and it connected.
Yeah, because the ones that were lucky enough to grow more fur ended up being able to survive colder temperatures, which meant that they were able to reproduce.
Okay, so
there is no
neutral
intent. There is zero intent in biological evolution. There is no direction. Okay,
that's the opposite of evolution, though.
No, it is evolution. There is no.
But if there's no intent to
there's no
adapt to the
end
environment
goal.
that you're subject to, then neutral or random ain't cutting it.
No, it won't. And that's why 99% of the species that have ever lived on this planet are fucking dead. They went extinct because they were unable to survive in their environment because of the genetics was wrong. That's what happens. That's why 99.99% of everything that has ever lived on this planet is fucking extinct. That's the whole point. It's the ones that find that little spot, okay, that are lucky. They don't find it. It just happens. And it happens. It happens.
Not intentional.
No, there's zero intention.
Random, neutral, random.
Not neutral. Okay, it's just random. It's just random changes in the gene. It's just random changes in the genome. That's all it is.
So Joe Biden dumb luck is what gives the wolf its fur that survived.
Yeah,
pigeon luck.
Yeah, I like that. It does dumb luck. No, it is luck. I mean, it's just, you were lucky to be born a certain way and you survived, or you were unlucky to be born another way and you died before reproducing.
Okay, so another
that's biological evolution.
That's the ability to actually have mutations themselves is over time you're only able to produce so many of them over time. It's almost like a woman with her eggs, right? Eventually, like they pass through and you don't have any more. Is that correct?
Well, they are born with a certain amount, yes.
Okay,
but women die. Women die with them. And the same can be said for sperm. You're going to die with a whole load of sperm in your testicles,
Yeah.
All right.
But the point is that isn't that the opposite of evolution?
No.
So evolution is to restrict your options to be able to adapt.
No. Well, it's evolution has to deal with your ability to reproduce. And not just yours, but the whole population of that organism to reproduce. Okay? Ones that are not fit in that environment, the ones that just don't survive the environment die and don't reproduce. The ones that are fit for that environment and do well in it end up reproducing. Their genetic code is then passed on to their offspring with those same points. But those same points that gave it the ability to survive might not be passed on. And if they're not passed on, the next generation will have problems and will probably die. Or they might have better mutations that happen that actually give them a better ability. That happens all the time. There are things called Hox genes. Okay? There are people born even today to where they have bone density 2 or 3 times the density of our bones. Have you ever heard of Unbreakable, the film?
No.
Okay. There's other Hox genes that these are just gene sequences in our DNA, okay, that give us double or triple the muscle density. Okay, so you're super strong. Okay. These are just things that happen randomly. They happen all the time. We also have other things that are like Down syndrome. Okay,
having 12 toes.
Yeah, things like that. Actually, my dad was born with 12 fingers. Okay, that's actually polydactylism. It happens in cats all the time. It's very common in cats, but it does happen in humans. That's a change in that's a recessive gene. It pops up every once in a while, and it's a remnant of what happened as part of our evolutionary development. Sometimes the genes recombine in a way to all of a sudden, hey, this gene is active again. That happens.
Where do those fingers come from? Do you think?
They grew out of his pinky. They didn't have any bones in them. They didn't have any bones in them, but they looked exactly like his pinky finger. So they just tied a string around it really tight when he was a baby, and they died and fell off. So, but even that polydactylism is a thing in cats. Okay, there's cats with 6 toes.
Mm-hmm.
Okay,
so
these are things that are left over from our earlier evolutionary development. Evolutionary development goes in all directions. It's not guided. It goes in all sorts of weird ass directions. If you look at the history of life on this planet, there are some weird motherfucking life forms out there. I mean, just the Cambrian period alone, there were all sorts of body plans or morphologies, not plans, but morphologies that that were being passed on and changed, and some worked, some didn't. A great example of that is a horseshoe crab. The horseshoe crab was one that got it right. It hasn't changed in hundreds of millions of years.
Horseshoe crabs are cool.
Yeah. They have copper-based blood. They don't have iron-based blood. They have copper-based blood. Okay? So that was one plan that worked, and it stuck with it. And it kept going, and it pretty much found itself in a nice little spot to where it slowed its evolution dramatically because it was very well suited for its environment and it thrived. But there were hundreds of thousands of other organisms that were similar or different, okay, that it just didn't work out. And they were not well suited for their environment, and they went extinct.
All right, follow me for a second. Wouldn't it be more logical that evolution over time would give you the ability to create more mutations, not less?
We do see that in some species, yes. We do see that. And we see some with less mutations. Okay?
So random Joe Biden dumb luck pigeonholed bingo card.
Yeah, pretty much. Roll of the dice. Yeah. Take 120.
Fraser and God.
It's like take 120 sided dice and throw them on a table. There's your genetics. Stuff like that.
Actually,
it's not that small, but it's huge.
Yeah. anything that's able to form and sustain that kind of seriously complex, living molecular structural
not
patterns.
just complex, simple algae, bacteria, even viruses. Virus is not really considered alive because it has to have a host cell, but it still has RNA. It still has a genetic component to it.
Right.
Okay. It has to infect a host cell for it to be able to reproduce. Have you ever had the flu?
Yeah.
Why do we have a new flu shot every year?
I don't know.
Because the genetics of the flu virus change. They mutate. That's why we're getting antibiotic resistance, because the bacteria that can survive things like, say, penicillin, the ones that survive penicillin reproduce, even though it may be through mitosis, single cellular division. They pass on that same genetic code that makes them resistant. The more of those that thrive, then the less and less effective penicillin is. That's why we have things that are called like methicillin resistant Staphylococcus aureus. Staphylococcus aureus, right, is something that is everywhere. It's in the dirt. It's on all the surfaces. It's everywhere. But
so
it's learned. It's basically, it hasn't learned, but it's basically evolved to a point to where it can withstand methicillin, which is the base for penicillin, erythromycin, amoxicillin, all the antibiotics we use. So it's becoming resistant to it, to where it can tolerate it, and it keeps reproducing, and it reproduces more. Okay.
Yeah.
Even more. That's evolution.
Basic viral function is because it's that base level of RNA molecular structure. Basically that's what it does to survive.
Right.
So
right. But it does mutate. When it reproduces. That RNA may change a little bit. Right. As it replicates, it might change. That's mutation. The change in the RNA is the mutation. Okay. So, it might be a codon, which is just like cysteine and guanine and all that, the four basic amino acids that make up, or is it polypeptides? Sorry, it's the basic building blocks of RNA and DNA. Okay.
So once we start, advancing up into the hierarchy of the animal classes, and eventually get to humans and stuff, the ability for genetic mutation becomes less. And what I want to ask you is,
it sometimes you get something that's called homeostasis, and that's the horseshoe crab. Okay, to where it gets to a point to where it survives so well that when it reproduces, it really doesn't need to change. It may still change occasionally, and they have found horseshoe crabs with extra legs or extra mandibles. So it's very rare. Okay, another great example is the crocodile. Okay, that thing's been around for 130 million years. That morphology works for that species. Okay, it changes,
but you just
but it changes minimally.
That the ability to mutate, it becomes less over time. Even with
it can become more. It can become more, or it can become less, or it can stay the same. Homeostasis is it staying the same. Okay, it can also rapidly change, or it can rapidly or it could rapidly not change, or go the opposite way. There's a great paper that was released recently about a species of, I believe it was a plant, and it was actually isolated on the Galapagos Islands, and I think it was a tomato, a wild tomato plant, and it has actually it's actually reverted back down. It was once a domestic strain of tomato, but it over generations it didn't need all these extra characteristics, and it actually didn't mean it survived. It made it harder for it to survive. So the next generation, it didn't have that, and it went back to a more basic form, which was better suited for its environment, for it to survive and reproduce again.
All right, but according to genetic entropy,
there is no such thing. There is no such thing.
Okay.
There is no such thing as genetic entropy. Okay, genetics is basically it's a change in DNA. Okay, it's not more or less. It's the frequency or the amount of changes that determines that. Okay, there's a lot of stuff out there that has huge DNA chains, and there's also stuff that has tiny ones. Bacteria. Some bacteria have really, really small, maybe 500,000 codons. Okay, or less. We have billions. Okay, the burl tree, which is as redwoods and sequoias, those have some of the largest ones, and they're fucking trees. Okay, but it has the number of them rarely changes. Now it will change, and sometimes there'll be more or less. Like we have a little bit less. Apes have it's the fusion of chromosome number 2. Okay, in our genetic code. Okay, the chromosomes basically fuse together in chromosome number 2, or the genetics fuse together, and that's what separated us out from the other apes, the other great apes. Okay, so that change right there. Sometimes you get genes that move from one chromosome to another. Okay, or they switch with each other, or things like that, and that happens during the reproduction process through sexual reproduction, or even asexual reproduction too, if they have a chromosome or sets of chromosomes.
Okay, so combined with the rando, neutral, unintentional, bingo, dumb luck, Joe Biden, pigeonhole, chance of advancing in evolution,
we got lucky.
We are also talking about the law of diminishing returns being a factor in the way.
No, they're the diminishing returns is. Are you talking about the supposed breakdown in genetic code?
The ability to actually create mutations that would help you to actually evolve faster and not be a set amount like
that depends.
That
depends on reproductive fitness. That depends on how well you are at reproducing, how good you do at reproducing. Okay.
But there still is an inherent law of diminishing return. And what my point is
what do you mean by law of diminishing return in genetics?
A Joe Biden dumb luck bingo card pigeonhole is not a formula for producing human beings from a bacteria.
It is if you give it billions of years, because then you start with a single cellular organism, then you get multicellular organisms, then you get a bunch of multicellular organisms, and all of these have to be able to survive, okay, to reproduce and create more, and then you get more and more multicellular organisms with more and more cells, and they get bigger, and they change because of mutation, and they get different. Some of them survive, some of them die. Okay. And so, eventually you'll get multicellular organisms that develop certain characteristics that enable them to survive better. Those are the ones that are more likely to reproduce. Okay. And do reproduce more. And they make a population of a certain type of animal. Okay.
Alpha genomes, man.
What genomes? What do you mean alpha?
It's just
what?
Like
that meant nothing. Huh?
I know. Just making a joke. So
okay. Like alpha male and the alpha male, beta male. I got it. It's actually kind of funny, but it's just whatever way the genome goes gives it the ability to reproduce better than the others. Okay.
I just find it hard to really jump on board with the notion that rando, neutral, chance
it happens.
mutations are able to sustain. I mean, maybe it formed at once, but like able to sustain anything that could cause an evolution to the point of our human brain.
Yeah, it happens. A great one is therapsids. Okay, therapsids are basically birds and dinosaurs. Okay, birds are the direct ancestors of some dinosaurs, of the therapsid line of dinosaurs.
I can't
Okay,
believe that
we're
either.
talking several 100 million years of genetic changes in a population over time that led them to change their body plan, their morphology, to better adapt to their environment for survival and reproduction. That's all it comes down to.
All right, so we're talking about a cold-blooded.
No.
reptile.
Reptile is completely different. And actually, most of the evidence that we have now points to some of the dinosaurs that we know of were warm-blooded. Just like there are some reptiles that are warm-blooded. We have some reptiles that are warm-blooded. Okay.
All right, let me ask you. Now, I'm going to kind of go off the track now and pull a bit of a lever. But if we have all these different things that are constantly being updated and moving and changing, and
not updated, updated implies improvement. Just changes.
I'm talking about
change.
the knowledge of science. I'm talking about.
Okay. Go ahead. Sorry.
Yeah, like the.
I'm still thinking evolution. I'm still thinking biology. Go ahead.
Yeah. How come zero leeway is given towards like the Bible or religious people whatsoever, but science can change and it's still truth, even though it was not necessarily true, right? So like, it should be an equal field of assumption.
Why hasn't So why has the dogma and the tenets of religion, not just Christianity, but Hinduism, Buddhism, Muslim, Hinduism, why have they not changed? Why have they not updated themselves with new information? Why are they just strictly adhered to in one context? Why are they the same? Why have they not changed?
Well, you can
science does that, so why shouldn't religion? Religion should do that.
Right. The truth doesn't have to change; it just is.
It's not truth.
But we do get updates, like when they find archaeological dig or whatever, or a Dead Sea Scroll, discovery. Things are updated and whatnot. But
that's archaeology.
Truth doesn't change. If it's
that's
true,
archaeology.
It wouldn't change.
No. What I'm saying is that your claims have not changed. The claims of a supernatural deity, okay, that's been the same throughout the entire thing. It doesn't matter what iteration it is. It doesn't matter how it's framed or how it's worded. Okay, with new information, then if it changes, then that would be closer to something akin to the scientific method. But it doesn't. It doesn't at all.
Well, that's because you could say that it's true, therefore it wouldn't change.
No. If it was true, we could demonstrate it.
It's an equal assumption field.
No, it's not.
It really is.
So then you can just pull the supernatural being out of thin air and show it to me. You can demonstrate it.
Well, no, but you're telling me that.
Well, you said no.
Luck. You said we're lucky. You're saying that random chance luck.
It's chance, yeah. We're chance.
Can you pull that out of a hat?
Yeah, we can show you genetics. We can show you the change in genetics. We can show you the change in morphology. That
is not just random.
It is random.
Random chance.
It is.
Once life is able to adapt to the environment, it has to be more than just random dumb luck Joe Biden chance.
Its ability to reproduce. The ones that survive long enough to reproduce because of that change are the ones who survive. The ones that don't die off and go extinct. Like I said, 99.99% of all life that's ever existed on this planet is now extinct. It no longer exists.
Yeah. Okay. Pigeonhole reading, please, Taco.
Which verse?
That's going to be 1 Corinthians 15. Hold on.
1 Corinthians what?
1 Corinthians 15, verse 39.
I don't know why you're citing the Bible when he's talking science, but I'm happy to read it. Just because people call plenty kind things one body, that no mean they all the same kind thing. The people, us get one kind body. The animals, they get another kind. The birds, another kind. The different kind fish, another kind.
And the point to that was what?
Or are you?
Oh. And the point of that was, yeah, I'm here.
The freak. I mean,
I may have lost audio.
If one of you guys isn't going to concede, I think we're going to have to start doing some parsimony checks or something and see whose position has more theoretical virtue. So I guess whose position makes better predictions?
Could I just ask a quick clarifying question? DeFreak, do you understand Colorado Bikers' position? Could you steel man it if you know what that means?
Can you hear me
just
now?
So, yeah, now I think we can.
Yeah, I can hear you.
I mean, we've been all over the map. I mean, we've been all over the map from physics to, evolutionary biology to religion to what am I supposed to steel man? I understand what he's saying if that's what you're asking.
Yeah, what position is he taking? He's made a couple different claims. Any one of them, I don't care which one. Could you explain the claim he is making?
Yeah, it's basically Joe Biden, dumb luck, rando, mando, quanto, fieldo, pattern seeking.
That doesn't sound very.
Okay.
That's actually a straw man.
Yeah,
that's not a steel man.
I mean, that's the summary of all of his arguments.
A steel man is presenting the strongest.
Pick one. Yeah, pick one. Pick one, and then give me my own position back to me. Explain it to me like I don't know it. That's steel manning. Okay. Find one of them, not all of them, just one of them.
All right, someone just pay to kick the freak and let's go to bed. All right, sorry, continue.
I was just going to say that basically my summary is your position on every aspect of everything that we talked about.
Is what?
Rando, Chanso, dumb luck, Biden, pigeonhole.
No. Quit using that. Give me something that is. Speak English for fuck's sake. Okay, give me something. Right. Pick any one of those subjects we covered. Okay, and tell me what my position is. That's steel manning.
Okay, so your position on the creation of the universe is
great. Is what?
Is about 3 different possibilities. One of them was the random quantum field kaleidoscope expansion of energy as a direct result of that collision, which is basically random chance and luck.
Membrane theory. Right? That's what you're referencing to.
I think that's what you called it.
Yeah, that's okay. Yeah, so you kind of got it right, but I think what you're missing.
I understand what you're saying.
I think what you're missing over all the topics that we've covered, okay, is what you're missing in general is that these subjects that we covered, okay, the God aspect of it is unnecessary for them to work. We don't need a God. We don't need a supernatural force for them to work. They work standalone. They work on their own without the invocation of a supernatural deity or force or power or whatever you want to call it. We don't need it for these to work. That was my entire point with all of these. We do not need to appeal to the supernatural for these things to work, whether it be evolution, cosmology. Okay? We don't need to appeal to a supernatural force. They work on their own without it. And if we add that supernatural force to it, we're just adding something unnecessary that only complicates it more. That was my entire point across all of the subject matter we covered.
Okay, well, I understand exactly what you're saying, and that follows sound logic. I think you are a very smart man, and all that, utmost respect. But hold on, I need to form how I want to say this.
Yeah, take your time. Take your time.
Just because something isn't needed doesn't mean that it is not. Okay, just like now that food grows at the store, women don't need men so much, right? That doesn't mean that we aren't here.
Okay. I should. That's a lot to unpack. Well, women do need men to reproduce. That's biological evolution. That's biology.
That's true.
Yeah. So that kind of complicates that statement a little bit, doesn't it?
Well,
and hold on. And historically, in hunter-gatherer tribes, and at the very advent or the very beginning of agriculture, it was mostly the women that grew the food, the plants, okay? And it was the men who did the hunting for the meat. Okay, so that also is kind of a failure there too.
I don't see how, because basically you hear from women, modern women lately, or whatever, politically, that men are not as useful, or they don't need us, or they're independent, or whatever.
Well, that's social construct.
Just because they are independent doesn't mean that we don't exist.
No, we still exist, and our species would completely die off if all of a sudden, if all the men went away, we'd be fucking gone. Species would die.
Just because you think there's no need for a god or something doesn't mean that he's not there.
And it doesn't mean that he is there either.
It's just another assumption.
It's unfalsifiable. It doesn't mean that he is there, or that God is there, or isn't there. It's an unfalsifiable. Unfalsifiable means that it cannot be proven correct and it cannot be proven wrong.
So
I prefer to go with things that can be proven wrong or right.
So our speculation is just as good as yours.
No, because ours has mountains, volumes, warehouses full of data, full of information, full of things that can be referred to, tested independently, okay, and confirmed. That's the difference.
Yeah, we have scripture, we have the Bible, we have scripture, we have Jesus Christ who declared him.
Well, yeah, somebody saying something, some guy 2,000 years ago saying something doesn't make it true, because there's no way to test it. There's no way to verify it that it is true, because it's merely a claim.
We're both in the same boat.
No, I just reject your claim. I don't think your claim has any merit.
Okay, so God includes science. No. Science excludes everything by its nature. Has the greater ideology?
It doesn't exclude everything. Okay, it doesn't exclude anything.
Well, it excludes.
It's just the best understanding we have. No, it's the best understanding we have of the information we currently have. If that information changes and improves it, then we go with the next version. And that improves it. And it continues to work on itself and change. Okay? Whereas religion stays stagnant.
Well, why would
it doesn't improve, it doesn't change, it doesn't, there's tons of references in the Bible. Okay, that's your book, let's use that. To slavery, tells you where to buy your slaves. We now believe that slavery across almost all cultures is reprehensible. To own another human being as property is not right. Okay. Our social change, okay, and better understanding and mutual survival has taught us that, yeah, slavery is a bad thing. Okay. We shouldn't do that. But yet your book still, but the Bible still endorses or still gives instructions on slavery. You know, you can't, you can beat your slave nearly to death, but as long as he doesn't die, you're okay. But if he dies, you got to be punished. Okay. Or you can, if they're part of your tribe, you can only keep them as slaves for 7 years. But if they're not in your tribe, they're your slave for life. And so are their kids. If you give them a wife and they have kids and they're your property. Okay. We have changed. We no longer view slavery as something good. We don't have laws, not anymore. We used to, but we decided that's a bad thing. That's where we have changed, where religion has not.
Okay, but that's not, that part of the Bible is not negating God altogether, because slavery certainly, according to atheists who don't believe God is real, slavery certainly existed.
Yeah, it did, and
Israel.
And because we decided it was bad for the survival of our species, we said, no, we're not going to do that shit anymore. That's a bad thing. Okay.
Right. And then we also didn't have central banking, which is basically, the best way to cure.
Actually, we've had central banking and we have not. There was the first Bank of the United States. There was the second Bank of the United States. There's also been other central banks in China, in Europe, and in the United Kingdom that have come and gone.
Right. So the ability to access debt and credit is what ended slavery, because they were bound to labor debt.
No.
All right, guys, we got to do closing statements.
Okay.
I got to go to sleep. This went way longer.
Yeah, I got to go to bed.
We got to figure out as a group. So I had a vote going for a while because I thought it would end quicker, but I'll redo the vote now because there's less people in chat. But let's get some closing statements. Go ahead and go Colorado Biker and then DeFreak.
Okay. Well, my entire point here was just to point out that that a deity, a supernatural entity, whether it's deism, theism, whatever, is unnecessary for us to be able to function in our universe and on our planet and as a society. Okay, we don't need to appeal. We no longer need to appeal to any supernatural for things to work and for us to do things. It is an anachronism. It's left over from our social development, and we no longer need it. And now it is actually leading to detrimental things in our society, which are reducing our ability to survive. So that was my whole point. One last parting thing to DeFreak is, DeFreak, I love talking to you. I think you're a good person. I think your heart's in the right place. And I encourage you to educate yourself more. Go read some stuff, okay? Whatever interests you. I don't give a fuck what it is, okay? As long as I really encourage you to look into more science, more physics, more chemistry, more biology. This will give you a better understanding of not only my position, but of the world around you, how it functions, and how we function within it. Okay? So thank you very much, Tacos.
All right, and DeFreak?
Yeah, I appreciate talking with Colorado Biker. He's pretty cool dude. I bet you he's really cool to hang out with. It's definitely a smart man, intelligent, and from his perspective, he makes a lot of sense. The flesh. He's a great example of the logical flesh and a good person combined into a modern man. So kudos to him. And also, I know that there are good people that are atheists. Okay, I wasn't always a believer until like my mid 30s, and I know that atheists or whatever can be good people without having to, be a church going, a pew riding, popcorn Christian or whatever. I understand that. So I just wanted to just make that clear. But otherwise, a lot of the stuff that is brought forth to theists is a lot of just random chance, dumb luck, and probabilities of that versus the true sovereign of the universe. It's just the probabilities don't match, and so that would be my final argument. Thank you, tacos, and see you later, chat.
Thank you for the lively debate, people. So I got 2 votes here. So the first vote was 78% for Colorado Biker and 21%, but that was going for a while. That went with 41 votes. And then the second vote that everyone jumped in on was 17 votes with 82% Colorado Biker, 17% the Freak. Colorado Biker overwhelmingly wins this bloodbath debate. So congratulations, Colorado Biker. You need to pick a Bible verse now.
Tell you what, let's say reference that. Why don't you randomly pick from Leviticus? Maybe 16? Verse 16?
Sorry, they have really weird names, so I gotta
Yeah, it's some really weird shit.
You said 16?
Well, let me think. Let's see. Oh, geez. There's a bunch in there to choose from.
Do you want 16 and me just pick a random verse?
Let's see. How about Leviticus 25, 44 through 46? Or just Leviticus 25, starting at about 40.
40. You gonna make to him just like one guy you pay for work for you, or just like one guy that live near you for the short time. He gonna work for you only till the special year for give back come. Then you gonna let him and his kids go, and they gonna go back by his ohana and the property that his ancestor guys owned from before time. The Israel people, they slaves for me, the one in charge, because I bring them out of Egypt. There's no Z there, never mind. As why you guys better not sell them for come slaves for other people. No give them the hard time, but show respect for me, your God. The guys and Wahinis that you guys like come slaves for real kind, they go and come from the other peoples that stay live around you guys. You guys can buy slaves from them. You guys can buy the people that live near you for one short time too, and people from the Ohanas that born inside your land come from your slaves. You guys can give the slaves that's not Jews to your kids when you make for your come kid slave. Shit. You guys can make them slaves all the time they stay alive, but you better not give hard time to the Jew guys that's your slave, because the Israel people, they your brother guys.
That works.
Beautiful. Not beautiful verses actually, but
best translation ever.
Yeah, best translation ever.
Weirdest translation ever.
It's so great.
Yep.
Man, I love this blood. I like during the bloodbaths, I just sit there watching this animation. It's so amazing. It's so amazing.
Just as long as you don't change the AI to give you a G string, okay? No banana hammock. Oh God, no.
I don't know. I was trying to keep it from displaying anything too
jiggly.
Yeah.
Or naughty bits.
Yeah.
You're supposed to put the potato in the front of your pants.
Potato, hell, that's the whole potato sack.
I think this one is my favorite one right here.
I like this one. That one's pretty good.
Nice.
Right.
Yep.
All right.
Hey,
Thanks for the chat, guys.
the Pigeon Bible.
Thank you, everybody, for joining me today, yesterday, today, whatever you want to call it. I appreciate you all being here. This is a lot of fun. Thank you so much for all the support. You guys are amazing. I got Andrew Wilson versus Planet Peterson, that debate from like 3 months ago, I think. I didn't ever post the debates by themselves. I only left the long form ones up. So I'm gonna have this week. I'm gonna do all those debates, and then I got to go back through all these clips from this last week and get a bunch of clips put together. So we've got plenty of stuff coming up, people. I'm going to be doing another vertical in the morning, and then I'll swap to horizontal in the evening, probably. I look forward to seeing you all tomorrow. Let me get this in soon.
Get wrecked, nerd. Got fucking dominated, dude.
Have a wonderful morning, everyone. Thank you for watching.